Sigma balls chat Lebron jam. Poggies. Dab Adelaide's good. Six months. Hassle, hassle, hassle, hassle. Hi. Seven months, let's go. Fiance poggers. Poggies. Free Palestine. raid. I chat love you. I chat pass. Shout out Boo Boo Bennett for leading me to your stream, Has.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from very gray, very dark California, Los Angeles. We are live and alive, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. It is
Have a good time.
Saturday, May 15th, 2021, 11:34 a.m. What is she doing back there? You just want to be on camera. Look at that. You just want to be on camera. Anyway, it's fucking not sunny at all in California, Los Angeles. It's so dark out, dude. It sucks. I'm bummed out about how fucking dark it is out here. It's just like we get one day of sunlight, and I thought, you know, we're back, baby. We're freaking back. Turns out we are not back. Anyway, I have Instagram voice permanently. Of course, the reason for why I have Instagram voice permanently right now is because I'm fucking hungover. I ended the broadcast early last night. As you guys know, to take my mom to the MRI. Like, it's not, you know, it sounds scarier than it actually is, because, you know, it's fucking Friday night MRI at the hospital. Like, it's not like that. She just has sciatica and is trying to figure out what the problem is. So MRI was the next step. It's not a big deal. But for that reason, I had to end early, I guess, at like 9 hours, you know, because I was planning on playing some fucking games and stuff today.
Hey parasocial friend, my girlfriend broke up with me last night and I really don't know how to handle myself. You help me every day intellectually and otherwise. I really appreciate you, dude. Hi chat.
My girlfriend broke up with me last night. I don't know how to handle myself. Dude, good riddance. You see the shit on Biden? It's so dumb. I haven't seen anything, dude. Chasing sciatica pain for 5 years now. Still no answers, no diagnose. Hope your mom gets on so she can solve her pain. Yeah, it's really fucking whack. Dude, IGN is fucking woke now. It's crazy, dude. This is like... Listen, no, we're gonna do news today. Sorry, don't rage for the no news, because there will be some news. But let me just say something, okay? I'm not gonna get into the news yet. I don't want to talk about the news yet. I know that they fucking struck a press building this morning. We're gonna talk about that. I'm aware. They removed it? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, god damn it, dude. What the fuck? Oh, I guess they removed the Palestinian flag, though. Last night, they had the fucking straight up Palestinian flag up, boys. That was crazy. Listen to me, dude. Last night, I'm in fucking bed. And I'm thinking like, I must be drunk right now. Like I gotta be drunk. I just saw, like a friend of mine sends me a message. Last night, a friend of mine sends me a message, like from just a screenshot of the fucking Palestinian flag next to IGN. I'm like, what? Like, what kind of meme is this? Like, what are we talking about? And then I actually fucking go to the website and oh my God, dude. And GameSpot too, like what the fuck is going on? They had a fucking, they literally straight had like a Palestinian flag next to their IGN logo. That's crazy.
We are a household of
Let me just say something. IGN Israel was not vibing with this. How to help Palestinian civilians. Dear netizens, we were also amazed to discover this morning a misleading and confusing donation campaign focused on the American IGN website. It's important for us to emphasize that we condemn this action and we did not take part in it or were aware of it. We at IGN Israel support the Israel state, obviously, and support the IDF soldiers who are doing everything to keep us all safe through these tough days. We are working in all possible ways to remove this misleading content from the American edition, which does not represent the views of any IGN editors. No, I am going to do news today, man. We're going to talk about it, dude. What, you think I'm not going to do news when fucking Israel wiped out the fucking building where the Associated Press and Al Jazeera is in? Like, are you fucking crazy? Of course. Okay.
Thanks for
IGN Israel
Free Palestine
talking about working to remove content from IGN America is literally, I'm sorry, is literally exactly the same as like APAC being like, sorry, if you fucking say you like BDS, we're gonna shoot you in a rocket. Oh, sorry, American citizen who said they support Palestine. You are not going to be hired anymore. Like, this is literally the same shit, dude. Like, what's going on? It's your IGN Israel. You're not like the fucking, you're not APAC, okay? Like, you're not dealing with fucking Dianne Feinstein actually is literally the, I don't know why my brain went there. Dianne Feinstein is the only fucking, one of the few anti, well, not anti, but anti-BDS legislation people.
Stand in solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters who will be there to stand with us.
35 states, boys. It's pro-free speech. She's like fucking dog shit otherwise and a goddamn fossil, but she is literally pro-free speech. I work for one of the news orgs in that building, and watching this go down live was heartbreaking, and the propaganda following was even worse. We're gonna get to that in a second, dude. It's one of the most psychotic fucking things I've ever seen. Literally calling up like authorities on the Israeli side and being like, can we please at least get the expensive news equipment out before you bomb our building? Is like, we're gonna watch it in a second, okay? It's just nuts. It's just fucking nuts. How are you feeling after your shot yesterday? I got my shot 2 days ago. I felt like dog shit the night of. 10 hours later, I was fucking getting fevers and shit. And I feel terrible right now because I drank last night. So anyway, as I was saying, last night I finally hung out with some friends. We'll do personal news in a second, or right now actually, and then we'll get back to the Israel-Palestine stuff. But let me just say something, okay? So, personal news wise, last night I, take my mom to MRI, brought her back to her place, and then I linked up with Will, okay? And we went and we hung out. We hung out with some friends, and I drank, and I was around other people, and like, around other people that are like strangers, you know what I mean? And I thought to myself, like, what the fuck? This is a weird situation. Like, I'm just like around people that I don't fucking think, I don't know you. Are we gonna fight? Like, it's just, I don't know. I just like, I've lost it is what I'm saying. Okay. Like the fight or flight kicked in, boys. I don't know what's going on. Like, I just, what do you do when you see people that you don't know? You just, Anyway, I lost my fucking frame is what I'm saying. Okay, I lost my frame. Hasan has a lady friend now. Yes, her name is Fiona. And she's the prettiest little baby. She's wagging her Fiona is current. You know what? I'm gonna fucking put this on my Instagram story right now because she's so fucking cute. She's sleeping on the anime body pillow currently. Anyway. What a cutie. You like the anime body pillow, Fiona? She didn't even choose mine. Like, she just chose this one. Anyway, here. Oh, if you want to see it, you got to go to my Instagram, boys. HasanAbi Piker. Let's go. Hit a fucking follow, too. Wisecrack agreed with you about Legend of Korra? Shut the fuck up. Wisecrack just did a Legend of Korra video? Dude, what is going on, dude? I don't understand, like... That's kind of crazy. Wait, hold on. Fiona Cam? No, I don't have cat cam, dog cam did. I will say that I haven't watched your streams properly in like a week or so since I've been kind of going out safely and all. I finally have a life now. Lec W. Yeah, but you're a Lec W user, so what kind of life do you really have? You know what I mean? Anyway, okay. Here, I posted it on my... I posted on my Instagram story if you want to go see it. Anyway. So. Where the fuck was I? What was I talking about? Oh, personal news. Yeah. Dude, I swear to God, my legs are fucked, boys. We walked 0.8 miles from a house to an open air like bar, which is still like outdoors, and it was actually kind of cool. It like reminded me of the bars in Turkey that would just straight play like music videos. 0.8 miles, and right now, like a beer garden, yeah. And right now, dude, my fucking legs are shot, dude. It's just like they're fucking gone. Fiona is not on your Instagram story. I just uploaded it. Shut the fuck up, dude. It's gonna come up in a second. Hold on. I literally just uploaded it. Oh, it's still uploading. Sorry. Legit watch stories, but no dog. Okay, I just uploaded it. It's fine now.
Just figured out how to send a message with my sublimount.
Are you starting to do indoor public stuff more often? Not necessarily. I mean, I haven't increased the amount of like indoor public activities that I do. I just still go to the gym, and that's pretty much it. But it just, like I said, dude, it fucked me up. Okay, it fucked me up. Only 0.8 miles. I didn't know HasanAbi was a pussy ass soy boy. Like drinking and then walking. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like it literally fucking ruined me. I mean, it's not like the end of the world. It's not terrible. It's not as bad as like when I play basketball, but it was still terrible. How often you go to the gym? I go to the gym pretty much every day. But the problem is like going to the gym is nothing if you fucking sit around on your ass all day. Like the amount of additional like workout that you basically get from like literally standing up and walking around, but an entire night of standing up and an entire night of walking around, it's just like I don't have that kind of endurance, dude. Anyway, start doing cardio. Just fucking Christ. 0.8 of a mile isn't far at all. I sprained my MCL, hammy, and brace, and walking a mile and a half.
Got a job in my field. Your boy is finally a microbiologist. Anyways, hope you all have a great day.
Good shit, Nicola Testes, boy.
Anime body pillow cam.
Good shit, dude. Look at that. Anyway, you are tight. My mom said my mom said you didn't have endurance. Yeah, I don't. I literally don't. It's true. Your mom is right. So anyway, where was I? Okay, so yeah, all of that shit fucked me up, and then I had to wake up like real early. I had to in the middle of the night though, and I'm gonna fucking tweet out that I'm live. I'm blasting that I'm live already, because like we're gonna talk about, this is a good segue into talking about like what actually I saw in my drunken state. So I'm in fucking bed,
19 months,
and my friend sends me a text message and is like, yo, check this shit out. And it's the fucking IGN logo with the Palestinian flag next to it. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Turns out IGN's doing like a fucking charity run on how to help Palestinian civilians. Like, it's crazy. And now GameSpot's doing one. And I just gotta say, boys, like, this is turning into like last year's Black Lives Matter protests all around the world. And it is wild to see. Like, this is, for me, this is significantly more impactful than you know, celebrities just like tweeting out support or anything like that. Like, when you start seeing brands recognize the existence of Palestinian humans and recognize the existence of Palestine, that's crazy. That is a significant blow dealt to Zionist propaganda. It is wild. I've never seen this shit. I've never seen shit like this, dude. At least, like, listen, here's the thing I will tell you, okay? A lot of people will now turn around and say like, oh, it's profitable now, or it's commoditized. Well, at least you know this motherfucker's been talking about it for years before it was fucking commoditized or profitable to do so. As a matter of fact, it was actually the opposite. It was not very good for you to talk about these sorts of things. Too divisive, too complex. Okay? So it's wild to see.
Palestine, let's go.
IGN, one of the largest gaming networks, tweets in support of Palestine, adds a Palestinian flag to its main page. Like, that's crazy to me, dude. That's wild.
Poggers.
To be honest though, like, straight up, I mean, don't let like white people tell you anything about this. Like, I'm pretty sure Palestinians appreciate that, considering how little attention they've gotten their entire fucking lives. That's all I'm gonna say.
7 months.
Because like,
greetings from South Africa. I loved your Elaine
like, for the most part, they are so used to just being oppressed and never having any sort of recognition, not only for their struggle, but even their fucking humanity. So this kind of stuff is big, dude. This is like fucking huge from my point of view, which is like, obviously, you know, it's not personal beyond like, you know, I grew up in Turkey and I'm a Muslim, so it's like, it's a little bit different. But from my point of view, like, I've never seen, I'm pretty sure that's fake. It's not. I literally took a screenshot myself. It is literally not fake. I saw it with my own two goddamn eyes, motherfucker. They took down the flag now, but that flag was there, okay? I know for a fact. I double checked. When someone sent me that shit, I was like, what? As a Palestinian, this is absolutely true. When I first discovered Hasan, I was actually shocked that he was able to talk about Palestine like this. Yeah. Anyway. Check this out. MSNBC saying shit they never would have said a year ago. This shit would have gotten him fired faster than you can say APAC.
Are at best.
Holy shit. Okay, let me just tweet out that I'm live. We'll start looking at this. Daycare is open. We're talking IGN's support for Palestine. The AP building that just got demolished with rockets in Gaza, and then we'll move to fun stuff like POBOX and OKBUD. Get in now. www.twitch.tv.
In 1 year I went from being a political frog to a variety frog. What a year.
Okay. It's crazy that we even have to applaud a company for acknowledging the existence of Palestinian people. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Okay.
Third-class citizens. Palestinians are, at best, third-class citizens in the nation of their birth. The idea that it's even remotely controversial to call what Israel has imposed on Palestinians a form of apartheid is laughable. One look at a current map of Israel, Gaza, and the occupied territories conjures up only one other example: apartheid-era South Africa. The Israeli government, on an ongoing basis, declares parcels of land on which Palestinians live to be either of military or archaeological importance, causing residents to be evicted. Sometimes there's a court case, and almost always the Palestinians lose. Yet months or weeks later, that same important land suddenly becomes home to a brand new Israeli settlement. As more and more Jewish settlers take over land on which Arabs live, the occupied West Bank becomes de facto more Israeli and, in the explicit hopes of the Israeli government, more Jewish. This is a long-standing attempt and a deliberate attempt to force Arabs who have lived in that land, sometimes for hundreds of years, out. It's an attempt to dilute their presence, because to have Arabs as full participants is, in the opinion of the Israeli government and their courts, diluting Israel. Just prior.
Yeah, there's more to it, obviously. As Phil Aesthetics points out, it's not even just territorial. There are reports in the UN showing control of their resources. So Israel controls their fishing, especially in the Gaza Strip, obviously, where they have full, complete control over the Gaza Strip. It's the world's largest open-air prison. Their agriculture is controlled. Their water is controlled. Their sewage is controlled. And not only that, but, like, that's just daily life. Like, that part of the Palestinian experience, the Palestinian life, is just the daily controls of the occupation that fucking wears you out every single day that you're alive, right? That part is just, you know, that's just the normal shit. And then on top of that, you have all this other extraordinary acts of cruelty that are deliberate in nature, very pointed, very deliberate.
I spent an hour and a half traveling alongside an elderly Palestinian woman who was being transferred between 3 ambulances from Gaza to the no man's land in between and then into Israel to get cancer treatment. 3 ambulances over the course of 1 mile, more than an hour to cross the border. That's how Gazans live. Without medical treatment because Israel prevents it. Without electricity much of the time because Israel prevents it. Without the ability to fish in the Mediterranean Ocean because Israel prevents it.
Israel's been doing this for years, but no one was talking about it. What has changed? No, I was talking about it. Plenty of people in leftist circles. Dude, yes, I have considered doing a charity stream for Palestinian relief efforts. Please stop fucking spamming it. Like, please. Yes, yes, yes. Okay? Jesus Christ. Anyway, also, the news has never talked about it. The news hasn't talked about it. The news has rarely ever talked about it, or when they do talk about it, whenever conflict sparks and gets to a point where, like, Israel's just like wiping out Palestinians, they literally talk about it from the point of view of how Israel's correct for doing so, and how all Palestinians are fucking Hamas, and the ones that aren't Hamas are meat shields for Hamas, and all this other shit. I have considered it means not right. No, dumbass. Just, like, let me do my fucking thing, okay? Just let me do my thing. Just shut the fuck up. God damn, dude. God fucking damn it. Jesus Christ. Everybody's got to fucking break away from what I'm talking about to just, like, get their own shit out. No, not only have I considered it, but Felix is doing one right now. And one, I'm going to fucking raid him in the end of the day. And two, before that, I'm going to make a donation. So shut the fuck up, okay? Not XQC, guys. No, of course not XQC. I'm talking about fucking Felix Biederman. God damn, one fucking day, I just want to stream in the way that I want to stream without backseat fucking streaming Andes, dude. It's like, nah, dog, here's what you got to do, okay? Anyway, the difference is, it's not even just that there's cameras. There's always been cameras.
Racist thoughts.
I like. There's always been cameras. I don't know what it is, to be honest. I actually don't know why this has gotten to like the coverage has been like still pretty one-sided for the most part. But I don't know what specifically has turned this into a different situation. Social media exists in 2008 and 2014. Didn't fucking matter. Like, I don't know. Israel lost their frame. I think last year's Black Lives Matter protest and the international solidarity against police brutality that that black people are subjected to at a disproportionate rate.
I love you.
I think that like set the ground for international grassroots organization and mobilizing. And social media certainly made it easier to do so. So now you're seeing they're still directly taking down news, refusing to report on protests around the world in solidarity of Palestine. Happened in my city yesterday. Yeah, there's like, I think like, I don't know. I think
thanks for the education.
There's a lot more social media pressure out there. There's a lot more pressure.
Management looking forward to start a business in which I can
it makes me feel hopeful, even for a brief moment. And then the fucking skepticism comes back, and I just immediately remember that, like, in the aftermath of the Black Lives Matter protests, like, it's not like justice was served. Not like systemic racism was toppled or dismantled. It's not like policing as an institution was changed. But David Guetta did end racism, so that's true.
Hey man, big fan.
The stream is shadow banned for me? What the fuck does that mean? I don't know what that means. Like, why are you guys saying this? Like, what do you mean the stream is shadow banned for me? How are you in here then?
Do you think mainstream news will continue to move further towards the Free Palestine POV, or just waiting for an opportunity to return to status quo?
Anyway, let's watch.
Without an airport or a seaport, because Israel prevents it. Like Israelis, Palestinians also have a right to exist and to defend themselves. But there is no one willing to help them do that. Not the Israeli courts and not the U.S. government. What the U.S. also shares with Israel is the belief that Hamas, the political party that governs Gaza, is a terrorist organization that calls for the destruction of Israel. Hamas is supported by the majority of Palestinians in Gaza. Hamas may not be in the best long-term interests of the Gazans, but peace hasn't really worked out for them. Faced with an Israeli government which pens them into what has been called...
Oh my God. Bro, I've literally... Yo, what the fuck? Dude, are you kidding me? I say this, okay? I never thought that a dude on MSNBC would just straight up say that. When I say that, motherfuckers on the internet still turn around and go, oh, you're a terrorist supporter. You're literally supporting terrorism. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, I can't believe you're supporting terrorism. This dude is on MSNBC saying it. That's crazy. That is a sea change, dude.
In Gaza, Hamas may not be in the best long...
Unless he immediately gets fired. Like, and he might be. He might actually be fucking getting fired very soon.
Bombing the Gaza Strip.
I've never...
What else should we
like,
be doing?
I was already surprised that they had like actual fucking Palestinians from the West Bank, the occupied territories, speaking on their own personal experiences that was crazy to begin with. Like, that was a wild change of pace. Like, you rarely ever see Palestinians on television like this, okay? It happens,
I love
but like,
85 of
when
you.
motherfuckers speak out against Israel, they're just like, oh, you're a supporter of terrorism and you fucking are anti-Semitic, and then they clap you. So this is crazy to see this.
Long-term interests of the Gazans, but peace hasn't really worked out for them. Faced with an Israeli government which pens them into what has been called the world's largest open-air prison, they have chosen a government that most of us wouldn't prefer, one that is not given to negotiation and moderation and respect for its neighbor. Israel needs a new approach to the Palestinians, and America needs a new approach to Israel. After more than 7 decades of not just being deprived of land from which they were evicted, Palestinian frustration runs deep. It may be worth going deeper than what you may hear inside your bubble and understanding the depth to which the Palestinian people are subject to apartheid in their own land, deprived of basic necessities, and subject to relentless civil rights violations. This is not a secret. It's out there for you to see. You just have to look for it.
God damn, respect, dude. Listen, in an era where so many people are progressive in every imaginable way, except for fucking Palestine, I cannot comprehend how the ultimately centrist, annoying, liberal fucking ass MSNBC actually came out with coverage like this. This is actually crazy. Good shit. Shout out to fucking Ollie Welshi, dude. Respect. Much respect. Yeah. That not only lays out the, I've never seen this kind of language on cable that not only accepts the humanity hold on. But also the inhumane of their everyday because like this stuff is just like rarely ever mentioned, but it's so important. It's so important to Dave is making fun of you. Dude, I hate that, like, especially now that fucking Felix is also playing Dark Souls like crazy. I hate that, like, everyone in the fucking leftist and left adjacent like media circuit now knows that I never defeated the Nameless King, and therefore I am lesser than everyone. Okay, I fucking hate that. Like, if this is why I never wanted my life on Twitch to fucking slowly but surely trickle out to my other professional side, like the media and the broadcasting side. And it happened, and now I'm fucked. Like, it's just terrible, dude. Yes, we are going to now talk about how they airstriked a media building. But before we do that, okay, that was a fun little quick break there. We're going to talk about how the building in Gaza that houses media outlets was hit by Israeli airstrikes this morning and fucking leveled. But before we do that, obviously I got to run a fucking ad break airstrike of my own. But if you'd like to avoid those ads, obviously all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for fucking $5 or with a VPN or with ad break or ad block, sorry. I don't know. I can't do fucking segues, man. I'm doing an ad break right now, okay? You can use your Twitch Prime to avoid the ads, all right? Or VPNs or whatever. Here's the ad break now, okay? At the top of the hour. Okay, So
you have inspired me to go from a career in finance to becoming
VPN
a
gets you shadow
Marxist
banned and ad
economics
blockers don't work.
professor.
Okay, well then don't use them. Sorry. Okay, so, and also I'm fucking hungover. Give me a break. Okay, suck my dick. All right. Watching you with the smell of sewer water and tear gas in the air here in the West Bank. 4-cent based. I love that there's like little fucking 4-cent bodges, 4-cent boys in fucking Palestine, dude. Little Palestinian 4-cent boys out there. Anyway, all right. Why are you hungover? You know alcohol is against Islam? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Bitch. Okay.
So this is a building that many journalists use, that journalists operate openly and have for many years, including the Associated Press.
Hold on 1 second. I just have to fucking run to make sure that there is no TOS here. Okay, there isn't. Sorry.
Said that Hamas militants use it, that they have a hiding place underneath the building. I don't know. I've never been down below the building. I don't know what happens there. I can't guarantee that Hamas may have some subterranean structure, but I have been there and operated there, as have many other journalists, and I've seen no indication at all that in the past this was being used to house Hamas or shelter Hamas, or that it was any kind of a military facility.
Dude, even the dude who's like trying desperately to make sense of this is like, you know, I've never seen it. Maybe it's in the basement. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a Hamas hideout. Like, dude, listen, if you're the chief foreign correspondent, like, yeah, your coverage is, for the most part, going to be a little one-sided, okay? It's like second nature for you. You're so used to just like, throwing out the propaganda lines where you're just like, there's sometimes, I don't know, there was a guy that looked weird. Maybe he was Hamas, maybe he wasn't, who knows? He's like, even but this is so fucking unacceptable. It's so unacceptable that like even this motherfucker's like, subterranean basements, there's a tunnel system. Everybody knows tunnels exist.
Keep up the good work, Hassel.
According to Israel, Hamas seems to be hiding in every important and infrastructure building in Gaza, so they just have to bomb it. Definitely not war crimes. No, totally not. It's like, bro, this is you know what? You know what I just realized?
There is a
Israel has been doing in a video game defenses by just being like, oh, if you do war crimes by bombing a hospital, or if you do war crimes by bombing a school, if you do war crimes by bombing a fucking media building, okay, if you do war crimes by deliberately bombing residential neighborhoods and buildings within residential neighborhoods, the cheat code is by saying, oh, there was Hamas there, okay? It is in a video game equivalent of bombing the shit out of a densely populated area that you have literally fucking pushed and blocked access to. You've pushed all these people to and blocked access from the rest of the world to. It's just in a video game defense. It's foolproof. It's the cheat code. They really got to nerf that shit, dude. Sorry, boys. We had to blow up wells because, you know, Hamas drinks water. And, you know, that's valuable resources that Hamas was taking advantage of. So we had to fucking blow up, like, you know, just infrastructure that all the citizens, all the Palestinian citizens use to live. So, yeah, here, let's finish this and then I'll show you the other thing.
The city is very dense. Hamas does operate in the city, but I have never seen any evidence to suggest that this was a military target. And already there are...
Not propaganda, he's being responsible to the truth. I have no reason to suspect Hamas' presence in the building is the strongest statement he can make in full confidence. Dog, if the Associated Press and Al Jazeera fucking... locations are inside of that building and it's literally like a Palestinian owned building that is occupying or is housing like fucking media organizations in there, and the media literally is there, and they're like, we've fucking not seen Hamas in here. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Like, that is literally just basically saying this is ridiculous in the nicest way that you can put it, while still like relatively favoring the IDF side on this.
Many cries in Gaza and outside of Gaza from journalists that this was an attempt by Israel to punish those reporting in Gaza, to try and silence voices that are speaking out in Gaza about the assaults. Israel is bombing Gaza to stop rockets falling on Israeli cities, which is clearly a legitimate military target. I'm here in Tel Aviv right now. In the last several hours, I've heard air raid sirens going off in the city. I've seen Israel.
Boys, it's everything is Antifa. Everything is Antifa. You know, all BLM protesters are actually just rioters and looters. And everything is Hamas. It's a really good way to just fucking neatly wrap everything up. You're just like, oh, did we deliberately bomb these targets? Well, fucking Hamas, dude.
Israelis running to their shelters. At least one 6-year-old Israeli man.
Oh, yeah, of course. He's a chief foreign correspondent, so he's fucking on the phone and reporting from Tel Aviv. Yeah. Yeah, the fucking, the other correspondent who's in Gaza. I wonder what his take is on whether it's a fucking Hamas building or not.
Man was killed.
No, he's not getting bombed. He's in fucking Tel Aviv, bitch. I mean, he is getting bombed, but like, you know, he's under the protective coverage of the Iron Dome, so he's like, yeah, it's very complicated to
a legitimate military target. I'm here in Tel Aviv right now. In the last several hours, I've heard air raid sirens going off in the city. I've seen Israelis running to their shelters. At least one 6-year-old Israeli man was killed just outside of Tel Aviv today. So Israel feels under attack. It is bombing Hamas in Gaza, but bringing down a building that houses journalists and has long housed journalists is a different kind of act. And the way it played out.
Just say it, you fucking pussy. Just say it with your entire fucking chest, okay? I think he meant 60-year-old man. Just shut up, guys. Just literally, like, what are you doing? Like, what he's just like, it's a different kind of conflict. Like, this dude, so much. Like, what happened, bro? Did you, while you were rushing to fucking get to the bombshell, did you hit your head on the way there or something? Like, did one of the intercepted bombs, like, did they hit you directly in the head? It's a war crime. You're a fucking journalist, dude. Your literal job is to report the news, okay? It's a fucking war crime. They blew up the media building, dog. That's fucking insane. That, like, even after that, he's still trying to use passive language and fucking failing to do so, where it's like, well, the nuance of this escalation of artillery shelling and propulsion fueled metallic objects flying throughout space into the direction and vicinity of targeted Hamas locations in the context of, it's like, dude, they literally blew a media building. Okay, they blew a media building up. What the fuck are you doing? That's you, homie. That's your friends. Okay?
Free Palestine.
That is first, the owner of the building received a warning phone call telling the media organizations to evacuate. They had 1 hour, they were told, to evacuate. And then there was a mad scramble to get out their equipment, to get themselves out, and to salvage what they could.
Come on, bro. They gave him a fucking 1 hour warning. Hey, guess what else happened there, by the way? Here is the people, some of these motherfuckers have just like lost their goddamn minds, okay? Time to investigate why AP, Al Jazeera, and other media outlets picked the Hamas military base as their offices in Gaza. This is a war crime they must be held accountable for.
News on a weekend? Love it, but it shows how bad it is right now. Solidarity with Palestine.
Like, what a fucking psychotic take, dude. Oh, actually, it's the AP and Al Jazeera's fault, dude. What the fuck? Why did they pick this building? The Uno reverse card. I mean, I'm sorry, dude. But, like, does anyone buy this anymore? I don't understand. Does anyone buy this? He's not joking. I don't think he's... Is Israel trying to make themselves look bad or what? No, they're just fucking... They're so used to it. They're so fucking used to it. Okay? That it doesn't matter. And two, most people, they're just like, most people are not going to, most people haven't fucking criticized the IDF in this way before. So they're just like doing their old, they're just doing their old propaganda, just like ramped up a little bit. No, he's not. He's not fucking joking, dude. He's literally not joking. Or maybe he is joking, actually. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I mean, he writes op-eds in fucking Newsweek, LA Times, NBC News.
Hassle.
Fighting the war against dehumanization. I can't tell. I mean, this is so psychotic. No, he isn't. Check his profile. Okay, I'm just gonna look really quickly because usually there's some bloody shit on there. What? Oh my god.
Big titty goth girls.
Oh my god. No, he isn't joking. Oh my god. Oh my god. His take was so psychotic, especially from like a dude with the fucking rainbow pride flag on their fucking profile, that I literally thought maybe he was joking, dude. Simple question for AP. Did you know you were sharing office space with Hamas? Hi, Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah isn't anti-Semitic because of how critical he is of Israel. That's just extra. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of it. Dude, I literally thought he was joking. This is such a, oh my God, this is such a fucking insane. Okay, here. I just want to show you guys, okay? So this is the other part of the fucking process here. The owner of Al Jalal Tower is trying to plead with an Israeli officer on live television to let journalists collect their gear before they bomb it, dude.
احنا يعني 10 دقائق ما حيصير شيء بين الساعه 3 والساعه 3 و10 العماره مش حترجع تاني خلاص يعني احنا بدنا 4 تنفار بس 4 وكلهم لابسين الدروع مش حيروحوا يجيبوا اجهزه قتاليه ولا حيجيبوا كاميراتهم وشغلهم هذول.
He's like, dude, come on, they got press vests on. Like, just can they just like grab their cameras?
يعني هاي كلهم هاي بشوفهم تو رجعوا كانوا كلهم في المستشفى في مكان وين قتلوا ال10 انفار امبارح في المجزره. هذول كلهم هيك الناس الجايه ما في حدا منهم مخرب. اذا اعطينا 10 دقائق ساور المسؤول.
Like, imagine fucking literally being like, imagine negotiating to like preserve your archives. You know what I mean? Like, the bombing is gonna happen. Like, it's gonna happen. There is no stopping this bombing. But like, can we please get a little bit more time so that before you bomb my fucking building down to the goddamn ground,
hi,
like, let's just get the fucking media equipment out.
يعني 10 دقائق ما حيصير شيء. اتفضل. يدخلوا العماره ولا واحد صار الناس احنا محترمين رايكم يا عمي احنا ما بنقول لكم بدنا نيجي غصب عنكم. اعطينا 10 دقائق. لا اخوي ليش 10 دقائق القيت احنا صار لنا ساعه نفس الناس بدناش انه الناس يرجعوا للعماره للبرج خطر من شانهم مش من شاني هذا حياتهم مش حياتي. بقول احنا الا نتجادل معك الا 10 دقائق لو في ال10 دقائق سمحت لنا نروح كان راحوا جابوا الاجهزه تاعتهم ورجعوا. يعني احنا مش باكين على الجهاز خلاص انت.
Listen, we're not crying about the building. It's fine. You can do whatever you want. Like, god damn, bro. Like, he's just like, he's given up on the building, dude. Like, he's just like, okay. Like, can you imagine fucking the level of Stockholm syndrome you're on where you're just like held captive and hostage by Israel to the degree that like,
Sag.
you know, that you're just negotiating the terms of the bombing of your own building. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You've already given up on the building itself, but you're just like, can we just please get the fucking equipment and the archives out? Like, there's live coverage that was fucking happening that, you know, that we had to stop. Do you think that Israel did that because the publication Al Jazeera has published against the Israeli government? I mean, do you want my honest opinion? Yes, I do. I absolutely, without a fucking shred of a doubt, believe that the IDF is doing this to punish media outlets that are reporting the news from the Palestinian side. I 1000% believe this. I don't give a fuck if you think that's like anti-Semitic. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm like conspiratorial. They 1,000,000% are doing this for that purpose. It's absolutely fucking bullshit to say otherwise. Okay? It's absolutely fucking bullshit to say otherwise. Suck my dick. Okay? But even if that's not the reason, you can't just fucking bomb that is just an aggravating factor on top of everything else that's going on. But like, regardless, the reason why there are rules of engagement and like how to wage war, which, you know, Western nations, colonist nations, imperialist, bloodthirsty nations like Israel and the United States routinely fucking, you know, break those rules. But the reason why those rules exist is because you are creating a space, or you're basically saying like, there's no fucking free coverage. There's no free press here. We don't want you to fucking report on this shit. We will bomb the fuck out of you. That's the reason why. That's the reason why you can't bomb press buildings. Okay? That's the reason why you can't fucking do that. Because it's intimidation against the free press. It goes completely against the principles of like Western egalitarian liberalism, which has never fully been realized or has ever existed. But at the very least, in theory, the West tries to fucking hold that shit against like other countries around the world. Why would they let the supposed Hamas military leave the building if they really had a base there? If they just fucking bombed it with the journalists in it, it would be a wrap. I think that's why they know that they can't go that far. They just want to intimidate, and they also want to prevent you from doing coverage. They want the media to prevent. They want to prevent the media from doing coverage. They want to make it as hard as possible. Next is bombing hospitals. Hamas was using hospitals as a human shield. What do you mean next? You mean previous? You think IDF has not bombed hospitals already? You think the IDF hasn't bombed literal fucking school buildings, banks? Did I say Hamas? I meant IDF. Correction, an Israeli airstrike destroyed a Hamas headquarters in Gaza, a building in which you had offices at. You received a warning in advance, but it doesn't surprise me that you shared an office with a terrorist group. It takes one to know one. Israeli Jew with Turkish and Iraqi roots, says Ido Daniel. Allah belasını versin köpek oğlu köpek. Hayvan oğlu hayvan. Seni Türklüğünü sikeyim. Amcı kazlı pezevenk. Allah belanı versin orospu çocuğu.
If you go through most tweets from the IDF or about this conflict, there are like dozens of random Indian guys who profess their support for Israel. Do you have any idea why the Indians care/love Israel so publicly on Twitter? Kinda strange, lol.
It's not strange when you think about like fucking Hindu nationalists and the way that they love massacring Muslims too. Hayvan oğlu hayvan, yeah. Anyway,
Free Palestine left for one. Free Palestine.
New released readout between Biden and fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, I forgot to mention this. What is this? Rioters destroy small business. We can't equate the loss of life with the loss of property. This is not violence. Israel levels empty tower. Media is sharing office space with Hamas. Literally the worst thing Israel's ever done. Dude, do they think that Israel is only bombing like buildings? Nolio. Eh. Napian Baba. Come on. Okay. Sorry. No one is saying that, you fuck. Yeah. This notion that like Israel has only bombed buildings and hasn't killed anyone is laughable. This notion that like Black Lives Matter protesters bombed infrastructure, like actual valuable infrastructure within the confines of a open air prison that like white people are forced to live in, where you know, Black Lives Matter literally controls their water is great. It's like equating the broken fucking storefront, you know, broken windows in the storefront to like literally bombing a school. I mean, this is the level of delusion that you have to be on to unironically defend these sorts of war crimes, because the truth does not fucking matter. Okay? The truth is not favorable to you. We have communicated directly to the Israelis, and ensuring the safety and security of journalists and independent media is a paramount responsibility. Oh, sick. You know, after they fucking bombed the media building. So that's great. That's wonderful. Let's watch the rest of this.
يعني تعب عمرنا كله راح، باتنا ذكرياتنا حياتنا ضيعتوها. بدك تتكلم لهالوقت على كاميرا، ما بدي احكي على كاميرا، خلص ما بدي اللي بدك اياه اسويه. انا حسكر واعمل اللي بدك اياه. في رب كبير. تفضل. يا صلي على النبي. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد. لقيت في ناس بالبرج ولا لا؟ لا ما في ناس، لا ما في ناس. ما في ناس.
Yeah. If there was a fucking God, if there was a God above them, I don't know. Al Jazeera is pretty fascist, though. Okay, dude.
Support for the social
never mind, dude. So, are you gonna run that same energy when like Israeli media buildings get bombed? Are you gonna just be like, well, IDF's pretty fascist, dude? Like,
my poll classes
is that going to be their same vibes? Are you just like, are you like across the board, you know, is that what your take is, you dumb fuck? Except in that circumstance, like, listen, Al Jazeera super fucking biased when it comes to regional conflicts that they have a stake in. State media, that's how it is. But to say that they're fascist is fucking so stupid, ridiculous. But to say that the IDF is fascist is not as stupid or ridiculous. Having said that, it would be completely unacceptable if a fucking media building was bombed by like resistance forces in Israel. That would be fucking insane.
لا ما في ناس، لا ما في ناس. لا ما في ناس، لا. في عملية مسح ورصد يجري في هذه.
And then
it's bad when IGN is a better take than the land of the free. Also, may Allah bless my NB chat homies.
Wait, hold on. I just want to make sure that you don't. Bro, look at this. These motherfuckers are so used to it, dude.
It's my subversary today.
Like,
WTF Israel. I just want the war crimes to stop. Can we get a break, please?
AJ English does do good coverage. Absolutely. No. Al Jazeera is great. Al Jazeera is a great outlet, with the exception of like things that pertain directly to Qatar. That's it. Like immediately. Otherwise, Al Jazeera, AJ Plus, AJ English, like whenever they fucking talk about, whenever they cover anything that's like outside of like immediate Qatar interest, like they're fantastic. And especially so when you think about like their like world news coverage. It's very good. Where are LGBT people treated better, Palestine or Israel? Well, part of the reason why Palestinian, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people aren't treated so well is because Israel keeps bombing their buildings and murdering them. So, like on the one hand, Israel is good to their own gays, but not so good to the Palestinians. So it doesn't really matter. If you think that that's a justification for like being able to bomb an entire fucking region, then I really don't know what to say to you. Like, you're a disgusting, pathetic human being who probably themselves are fucking anti-gay regardless, and just using this as an argument. Like, you are filth. You are disgusting filth. Like, I cannot believe that we are the same species, that we occupy the same space, and we breathe the same air. You are not a fucking human being, if that is your opinion. That is the justification. Like, oh, well, there's like anti-LGBT people in Palestine, so I guess we should wipe out all the LGBT people in Palestine. Disgusting, dude. It's like, anyway. God, liberal, that kind of like liberal brain cancer is so fucking, it's just, you are not savable, dude. So that justification means we get to wipe out Republicans too? Or fucking, that, if you think that there is any like pro-gay basis to bombing Palestine, you are a delusional freak, okay? Because you're literally killing like gay Palestinians and ruining their fucking lives regardless. It's also Palestinians as a whole are pretty fucking secular, with the exception of like the fundamentalist groups that happen to control their territory because they have no other fucking option. Israelis say Hamas use human body shields. What do you say to that? I say shut the fuck up. That is not a fucking justification, because it implies that like it implies that your fucking enemy, a rabid terror cell, if you want to call him that, okay, assumed or overestimated your humanity, okay? It's still a self-own.
Israel is a terrorist organization.
Like, yeah, whenever there's a hostage situation, I always want the police to come in and murder all the hostages. That's a job well done. Oh, I wanted to show this as well. It's not fair. The end really got me. My 10-year-old says that all the time, but she's talking about not getting enough time on Roblox. This is too much for a child to be forced to bear. I don't know if this has TOS. I wanted to watch this video, but I don't know if it has TOS in it or not. Let me just scroll through it real quick. By the way, Bibi Netanyahu considers this 10-year-old girl, before we get started, also a part of Hamas propaganda. Okay? Bibi Netanyahu calls these little 10-year-old victims of fucking war crimes to be telegenic. What did he say? Telegenic children? Here, let's watch.
always sick. I'm always, I don't know. I can't do anything. See all of this. What do you expect me to do? Fix it? I'm only 10. I can't even do anything this morning. I just want to be a doctor.
Oh, he said telegenically dead.
Or anything to help my people, but I can't. I'm just
White people are happy.
I don't even know what to do. I get scared, but not really that much. I do anything for my people, but I don't know what to do. I'm just 10.
Here's the human shield.
I'm just 10. All of this, when I see it, I literally cry every day, saying to myself, why do we deserve this? What did we do to this? My family said they just hate us. They just don't like us because we are Muslims. Why does Muslims act for you like that? We're just kids. You see all of the kids around me? They're just kids. Why wouldn't you just send a missile to them and kill them? It's not fair. It's not fair.
The human shield myth debunked. You see a lot of these hoary claims of human shields in Gaza justify Israel's deliberate and indiscriminate bombardment of civilians. They use the same line in 2006 in Lebanon war and multiple wars in Gaza. Don't fall for it.
An invasion of Gaza.
Oh, what did Mehdi Hasan have a conversation around? That's interesting. Look at this fucking dude. He just looks like a shark, dude. Go get a better haircut, you fucking bitch. In 2006, Israel repeated this lie to justify killing 900 Lebanese civilians, basically treating all of South Lebanon as shielded by Hezbollah, so it's fair game. Human shielding is a specific crime and refers to purposely using civilians to render military forces immune from attack. Taking over a family's home and not permitting the family to leave to deter the enemy from attack is a simple example of using human shields. Urban warfare, however, is not the crime shielding. In an area as densely populated as Gaza, combatants and civilians are mixed. They shouldn't be, but it's not always avoidable. Israel is not relieved from its obligation to take into account the risk of civilians simply because it considers defending party responsible for having located legitimate military targets within or near populated areas. That is, the presence of a Hamas commander or military facility in a populated area in Gaza does not justify attacking the area without regard to the threatened civilian population. Giving them warnings to leave does not give them license to attack either, straight up. So even after the warnings given, Israel must still take all feasible precautions to avoid harming civilian life and property. This includes canceling an attack when it's apparent that the target is civilian or the civilian loss will be disproportionate to expected military gain. And it's always disproportionate. They get nothing out of it. Like, they have killed a fuckload more civilians than people that they have designated as Hamas militants. And their numbers show this. It's not like the fake news UN numbers that show that more, Hamas civilians or more civilian Palestinians have died than Hamas militants. Like, it's fake news, brother. They're lying to you. It's a global conspiracy. It's not that. It's IDF's own numbers that show that devastating reality. And they can get away with fucking reporting it adequately and accurately. Well, albeit still very, very, very conservative estimations. Because the rest of the world can't do shit about it. They don't do shit about it. Why can't they do shit about it or don't do shit about it? Because, well, one, a lot of them have egg on their face for their own colonial and continuing, neocolonialism or imperialist roots themselves. They don't want to pay reparations for that shit, obviously. But also, two, and more significantly, America. America, both with its continued occupation, continued death, and destabilization that it brings about in the entire planet, but also America is Israel's #1 supporter, ally, unconditional aid across the board to the tune of $3.8 billion. That was, by the way, secured under the Obama administration. The Obama-Biden administration gave Israel $3.8 million in military aid. That's one of the last things that Obama did. But if you ask Bibi Netanyahu and some of the more rabid fucking psychopathic reactionary Israelis and supporters of Israel, Obama was the most anti-Semitic administration of all time. $3.8 billion a year. That's what they fucking get. Anyway. For example, for a real example of human shielding, see this case of IDF forces using a Palestinian boy as a human shield when they attacked the Palestinian home. Israel's #1 defense for hundreds of Gazans it killed in 2008 and 9 war was human shielding, but an investigation after investigation, the Human Rights Watch found no evidence, not in deaths caused by white phosphorus, not in attacks on civilians, waving white flags. It offered up the same human shielding claim to treat all of Gaza as terrorists and indiscriminately bombard a territory in 2014. Again, time after time after time, the Human Rights Watch disputed the claims that human shielding was occurring in Gaza, for the record, okay? In an area as densely populated as the Gaza Strip, where civilians have absolutely nowhere to fucking go, and that is literally the design of the Israeli occupying force, by the way. In that circumstance, the qualifications are never there to bomb a civilian building. Okay? It's never like human shielding. Okay? I think are the new numbers 2.4? Like more than 2 million Gazans exist in this incredibly densely occupied territory. Okay? All right, let's hear what...
Given 500 Palestinian children were killed in the 2014 Gaza war, according to both the UN and human rights groups, how worried should we be tonight that Israel is about to launch another full-scale assault, maybe an invasion of Gaza?
Thank you, Mehdi, for inviting me. I think the question you're asking is something to refer to Hamas spokespeople, because eventually the reality on the ground is that quiet will be responded by quiet. If Hamas is going to continue to threaten Israeli civilians, firing rockets indiscriminately towards Israeli towns, then we're going to be forced to respond and respond forcefully. And by the way, this is not just Israel. Any country in the world would have done the same if their cities were attacked under constant attack.
Nah, dude, everyone would be just like psychopathic, genocidal, bloodthirsty freaks. And he is kind of right. America would certainly be just as psychopathic and just as fucking bloodthirsty. America has been that way for a very long time. That doesn't make it right, though. That actually still is wrong. The other countries are wrong, and so is Israel. It's fucking insane.
By rockets, by terrorist organizations.
I mean, any country in the world, most countries in the world are not in charge of a decades-long military occupation. But you mentioned Hamas rocket strikes. I think we can both agree that Hamas firing rockets at civilian buildings is wrong. Can we both agree on that? I think we can agree on that, right? That's common ground for us.
Hamas firing rockets at civilian population.
Look, he's literally... Okay, so Mehdi is about to trap him. So he's going to say Hamas... He's going to trap him. He's going to say, so Hamas firing rockets on civilian buildings is wrong. So why is it okay when Israel does it? He doesn't even understand it. At first, he thinks, like, I'm talking to Mehdi Hasan. Like, obviously, he's going to be fucking pro-Palestinian. So he originally thought... He misunderstood originally what he said, so he's doing a double take. Probably doesn't recognize that he's walking into a trap.
Wrong. There is fully agreement with us on that.
Agreed. You got me on. We're 100%. We agree. And yet today you had a 13-story residential apartment building in Gaza targeted by the Israeli Air Force destroyed. How is that not anything other than a war crime, a deliberate attack on a civilian target?
You know, I think it's actually very disfortunate that people are trying to equate the IDF response to Hamas as a terrorist.
Well, you can't really equate that, actually, can you? Because the IDF is significantly better at doing terror than Hamas is. Let's be fucking real. If bombing civilian buildings is terrorism, then Hamas is like baby terrorists, okay? They're fucking little babies in comparison to the death and devastation and terrorism that the IDF does and subjects Palestinian people to on a daily fucking basis. Hamas are fucking noobs, dude. They're noobs. They have nothing.
Organization. Israel acts in accordance with the international law.
Let me tell you something. And this is something you usually hear from some of the more rabid fucking defenders of this brutality. They'll literally say, sorry, if it's a genocide and Israel is as all-powerful as you say it is, why haven't they just wiped out Hamas? Or they'll say, Israel is so powerful, they could just, like, wipe out the entirety of the fucking Gaza Strip if it was really a genocide. Okay? So you are admitting it. You're admitting that Israel is significantly more powerful than Hamas then. And yet, instead of fucking taking measures that are more calculated, okay, and trying to mitigate the fucking damage, you still end up blowing the fuck out of civilian buildings. Got it.
We target only Hamas targets, and every target that we're...
Because all genocides completely wipe out the population? Yeah, that's a really funny one. That's a really ironic one that a Jewish person is saying, by the way, considering the fucking fact that, like, you know, a Holocaust did happen to Jews. And, you know, obviously everyone didn't get fucking wiped out. So it's ridiculous. Like, so ridiculous. And that's literally how the Nazis justified it back then. And that's how the Nazis straight up fucking try to do Holocaust denial right now.
Firing at is being chosen very carefully. We do that with accordance of international law in order to minimize civilian casualties and collateral damage. And you know what? We're the only country and the only organization, the only ones in the Middle East that actually care about international law. Hamas doesn't care.
Israel cares about international law as far as it can avoid it, okay? It's like when fucking Joe Biden says, like, know the science behind climate change, and then we're going to still do fracking. You're saying, like, oh, no, we care about international law, but, like, we read up on it so we can, you know, completely fucking never, ever pay attention to it at all.
Palestinian Islamic Jihad doesn't care, and every loss of life.
But Elad, you flattened. I mean, we don't have time to get into an argument about international law. Suffice to say that most human rights groups criticize Israel for violating human rights law, and they criticize Hamas.
Well, hold on, it's coming. It's coming. You got the anti-Semitism button ready, I hope, because I'm about to hit it, boys. Most international rights groups, I can't believe they criticize Israel. It's because they're fucking anti-Semitic. Guess what? Why aren't they criticizing China? Guess what? Why aren't they criticizing Saudi Arabia for what's Actually, he won't mention Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia is a valuable ally to Israel. But, like, guess what? So many other atrocities are occurring. Why do the international rights and NGOs never, ever criticize any of these other countries? Whataboutism. After he hits the anti-Semitism button, he's going to hit the fucking whataboutism button.
But you leveled an apartment building. I think you gave them a 1 hour warning to get out of the building. Do you think that's in line with humanitarian law to bomb a civilian apartment building in Gaza?
You know, Hamas is using the Palestinians in Gaza as human shields. They're firing rockets at Israel from within centers of civilian population because they want to see these sites. They want to force Israel to respond and to see these sites. Now, also...
Well, then don't do it. I mean, easy way, dude. Like, dude, this is so dehumanizing. Like, having this conversation over and over again is so disgusting. Like, imagine being a fucking Palestinian person, okay? And you're just stuck in this, like, little fucking open air prison, okay? And then they talk about you're not a human in their eyes. Like, you are so not a human that the worst consequence of your fucking school getting bombed, okay, or your mother being killed on her way from the fucking market back home is how bad it makes Israel look, dude. Like, can you imagine just with a straight face being like, yeah, it's kind of sucks. It's kind of shitty that, like, you know, kids are dying or whatever. But, like, the real problem is how bad it makes us look. And Hamas knows this. And that's why, like, you know, we just can't stop ourselves from bombing. But, you know, we just have to bomb. Sorry, you're denying my right to bomb. It's kind of fucked up. And the worst part about this entire process is that it just makes me look bad in the eyes of the international community.
So Hamas and the Palestinian authorities are exaggerating with the numbers. You were mentioning earlier in your show about the casualties and the children that were killed.
Yeah, they're exaggerating the numbers. It wasn't a 13-story building as reported. It was actually a 12-story building. And the 13 children that died, well, one of them actually looked kind of like an adult. Okay, so maybe we should just put that in the adult category. Okay, you know, I know we killed 13 children, but one of them did look very old. Okay, so let's just say 13-year-old man for that 13-year-old. I mean, 13. I mean, you're basically a man at that point. I mean, you're crazy if you can hold up if you can, you know, if you've gotten past like regular basic algebra. Oh wait, you can't because we bombed your school. Fuck. I mean, you're a 13-year-old man though. Come on, think about it.
Killed, and you said that it was results of IDF strikes, but we know for a fact that 6 of these children, for example, were killed because of Hamas rockets were misfired and fell in within Gaza Strip, and they killed the Palestinians.
Okay, I love this take. It's like, dude, do you give like, oh, Hamas rockets misfired and fell into the Gaza Strip, like, and they actually killed. First of all, it's not even true. Secondly, like that again is a testament to how little power Hamas has and how little of a threat Hamas is, if it's true. Okay, so it certainly is not a fucking. It's not a supporting factor in your side. Okay, you can't literally be like, Hamas is both so weak that they are literally killing their own citizens on accident, and that like our Iron Dome is so powerful and it fucking stops everything, but also they're so powerful that it justifies literally wiping out entire city blocks with some of the most powerful weaponry that this world has ever seen.
So I'm taking any report
just to be clear. I just want to be clear here, Elad. I just want us to be clear. Let's find common ground. Are we now saying, is your position, because I'm sure militant groups are listening in from across the world, is your position that apartment buildings are fair game if there's someone inside you don't like?
Yes, Hamas rockets are literally so dog shit, for the record, that some of them do fall into the Gaza territory. So far, none of them, if from what I've read at least, so far none of them have fucking killed. So far, none of them have killed Palestinians. It's like fucking fireworks. Like they're shooting it out of. How do I describe it? They're shooting it. Soba borusunu İngilizce nasıl söyleyeceğim? Rockets are fireworks, yes, but there's a difference between like fucking straight actual rockets and like the dumbass fucking little fireworks that you use. None of them killed Palestinians. Copium? Are you talking to me? Are you saying that like none of the fucking Palestinians are secular? Copium? Looks like God doesn't care about his holy land. Dodging the question. Easy clap. Communist. Yep. Runs an ad every hour. Yep. Millionaire communist. Feels okay, man.
Yep.
I don't know. Seems kind of hypocritical. Feels okay, man. Yes. Communism is when you don't work for a capitalist enterprise under an international capitalist organization of the economy.
Hassle.
It's when you fucking starve in the streets. You're right. Thank you. Yeah. Stovepipe. That's the word. What I was looking for. They like launch shit out of stovepipes, dude. Yeah. Communism is when poverty, dude. Communism is when homeless. Thank you. Dude, brilliant minds, by the way. God, I can't. I just, some of the greatest minds are in opposition to the things I'm saying.
Were misfired and fell in within Gaza Strip, and they killed the Palestinians. So I'm taking any report coming from
just to be clear, I just want to be clear here, Elad. I just want us to be clear. Let's find common ground. Are we now saying, is your position, because I'm sure militant groups are listening in from across the world, is your position that apartment buildings are fair game if there's someone inside you don't like? Is that the position of the Israeli government tonight?
You know, you say that you don't want to go into international law, but the question that you're asking is exactly a question of international law. It's a question of what is a legitimate target.
It's a simple question. Are apartment buildings okay to bomb? Because I'm sure Hamas will say that.
If it's a military target, then it's a legitimate strike. If Hamas is using the target in order to hide weapons, in order to use it as a commanding...
So, what's up, dude? Literally every fucking Israeli is at some point a member of the IDF, and they're in reserves and shit. So doesn't that literally open up the door for Hamas to be like, yeah, we'll fucking, of course we're going to fire rockets at all different parts of Israel, because, you know, there's just fucking every Israeli at some point is like serving the fucking military and shit. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's you're literally allowing Hamas to just like justify their actions. Only 50% go, but fine. Okay, 50%. Sorry.
posting a post,
okay,
then
so,
it's a legitimate strike. But you said you don't want to go there, so...
Okay, I mean, it was an apartment building with hundreds of families, and you told them to leave, so you knew there were families in there.
So if Hamas is using human shields, we have no choice but to murder the innocent human shields. Sorry, wish there was another way. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. At the end, that's literally all it is, dude. There is nothing other than that. That is just the only fucking thing that they're saying. It's crazy. It's absolute fucking madness that they just say that. And people just like eat that shit up. The fucking blind hatred that so many people feel towards Muslims that like allows them to turn a blind eye to this or like even justify it. It blows my fucking mind, dude. Yeah, 40 children have died since Monday, by the way. Israel's bombardment in Gaza continued for a 5th consecutive day as of May 15th, and with Israeli air raids hitting a refugee camp where several Palestinians, including children, were killed. At least 139 Palestinians, including 40 children, have been killed in the Gaza Strip since Monday. 11 Palestinians have also been killed by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank. Hundreds of people have gathered in the Australian city of Melbourne to express their solidarity with the Palestinians. There are demonstrations that are occurring all around the world, by the way. A 2-month-old Palestinian boy was pulled alive from under the rubble while 7 other family members perished at the Al-Shifa hospital after an Israeli airstrike struck the Al-Shati refugee camp without advance warning during the night. Funerals are currently being held in the occupied West Bank city of Nablus for Palestinian protesters killed on Friday by Israeli forces. Like literally they're fucking bombing refugee camps. But Hamas, bro. I mean, sorry, Hamas, bro. Egypt has sent 10 ambulances to Gaza to pick up casualties of Israeli bombardments for treatment in Egyptian hospitals. Hundreds of Palestinian demonstrators are facing off with Israeli troops who shot and killed at least 11 in the occupied bank, by the way. So there's that part of the process as well. So they're fucking murdering. Yeah, I know. I'm going to show the brutally beaten woman protester in Sheikh Jarrah just to look. Some of these are incredibly fucking hard to see. Okay, these are not easy to look at. But you have to see it. You have to see the fucking brutality. Okay. Here you go. Here's some more. And now I'm going to show you this is what's going on in the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood in Jerusalem, in occupied Jerusalem. Here it is. Look at that, bro. Come on. Dude, I mean, but guys, they're fucking gay and vegan, dude. Like, I mean, they're gay and vegan. Also Hamas. Not in the fucking West Bank, but still Hamas. I just keep saying Hamas over and over again, and maybe it'll stick. How is what Israel is doing any different from Obama when he would claim it as a collateral damage when nuking civilians if they live with the person Obama didn't like? Are we going to see you rep Israeli merch soon, or does Obama get the only pass? Yes, Obama gets the only pass. Yeah. Yeah. Because you know I'm a big fan of Obama and like have never called him a war criminal, so that's true. Yeah, I'm glad that you really caught on to that, because everybody knows I've always been a supporter of Obama. And not only that, but like also fucking advocate for Obama. Hard body. Remember when I literally said like 15 to 30 minutes ago that like Obama is literally responsible for a lot of this fucking bloodshed by one of his last moves getting out of office was to give Israel $3.8 billion a year for the next 10 years. Remember when I just said that? And that is before we talk about all the other horrific acts of cruelty that Obama has been the commander-in-chief over and oversaw. Like, that chatter, yeah, I was just about to say, like, do you not know how people view me as? Like, are you really going to come in here like... Go back to fucking 8/21, 2019. Anyway. What was solution? What's the solution? Widespread international condemnation. America literally fucking taking every ounce of fucking aid from Israel with the condition that they stop their occupation in the West Bank, open up the fucking open up the Gaza Strip, and start immediate renovations for all the damages.
Why did that guy call you a millionaire communist? What's your views on millionaires making all this money while people are starving to death?
What? I'm not going to do a fucking theory stream right now to try to describe to you that, like, not even communism, but Marxism has nothing to do with, like, a balance beyond giving the means of production back to workers, and that it's literally not about, like, your income level, but rather how you generate that income. I'm just, it's too long, and you're not going to listen. You just think that it's a good own, and that's why you're bringing it up. But thank you for giving me, money to say so. Dude, I'm in the process of describing what Israel should do, and then people literally in between that will go, what do you want Israel to do? Genuine question. Motherfucker, you're not listening to the genuine question. Like, did you just click on the stream? Like, just now? Can you make a YouTube video for that and just link whenever someone asks? I have.
Square root of 674,041.
What the fuck is this? What are you? Pictures from a doctor received in Rafidia Hospital. The type of bullets used to cause organs to explode and break up. The doctors are not able to determine the type. Completely control is difficult. The goal is clear, and it's only killing. Dude, why would you think I can watch that, dude? Are you crazy? On stream. The mind of someone looking for a way to weasel both sides out of this shit. Yeah. Okay. All right. We already watched the 10-year-old Palestinian. French police crackdown on protesters. Yeah. There was a protest in Paris for Palestine, and it was met with water cannons and tear gas. I think that the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity are only demonstrated in the liberal safe haven of France up to a certain point, and that point is if you're Muslim, then fuck you. And as you know, well, a lot of Palestinians are Muslim, so
Chat, can I get a
I don't think that the Emmanuel Macron regime is ever going to allow that kind of shit to occur. They fucking, it's being like anti-Islam and anti-Muslim is kind of like, it's kind of the only way that some of these French politicians see themselves winning any election now at this point. Family moving to your apartment after a while, you were only allowed to live in the closet. Enjoy. Oh yeah, you still pay for the rent. Yeah, that's what Israel's doing. I think that's what you're talking about, right? The UAE has threatened Hamas that they will stop investments if they don't stop bombing Israel. UAE has also called out Hamas when a delegation went to Gaza to check up on a hospital they built and saw that they were operating rocket launchers from there shooting at the IAF. The UAE are fucking lapdogs for Western imperialism. Not the people, but the fucking administrations are fucking dogs. Do you understand me? Their worth is less than the dog shit that I step that gets stuck in the crevices in the bottom of my shoe. Let me make one thing clear. All of those Gulf nation leaders can rot, okay? They are fucking cowardly dogs, and they always have been, and they will continue to be. They will do anything to suckle on the American Western imperialist teat. I do not give a single shred of a fuck about what they have to say, okay? It does not matter. They are, one, they literally use slave labor, so it's kind of funny that you're, you know, doing this shit. Oh my God, dude. Imagine using that. Imagine using the fucking opinion of Gulf nation leaders as a justification. They are fucking dogs, dude. Literally dogs. And most people that live in that region, unless they themselves are fucking gigantic pieces of shit, will also agree with me. Their entire existence and America's allegiance with these nations is built upon the most hypocritical foundation. The justifications America uses, and you psychopathic weirdos in the chat always fucking parrot like, oh, these are not LGBT friendly places, so we should glass them and shit like that, literally exist in all of these nations that you're talking about. Sometimes in a way worse capacity. Like you're like, oh, Iran, we need to fucking Iran. Well, we need to bomb Iran, dude. They're so anti-LGBT. They're so anti-LGBT. Okay, what about fucking literally Saudi Arabia, dude? They are the worst. Okay, they're the worst of the worst. I hate them so much. Thank you, Rapid White, for the 50 gifted subs. Shouldn't the stored Hamas rockets explode and create a mess of successive random explosions or launches, spanning minutes and knocking out the surroundings? I don't know how that works, to be honest. There was a ceasefire for many years, and Israel continued to beat the Palestinians mercilessly beyond a point of submission. Okay? Even then, Palestinians were like, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We can't do anything. And the bombing campaign started on the Hamas side.
I love your streams.
With very reasonable conditions. Hamas is not reasonable. Okay? Otherwise, like, yes, there are actual fucking anti-Semites in within the organization. Yes, some of them say psychotic things like fucking kill all the Jews, blah, blah, blah. Obviously. Okay? But their take leading up to this last like bombing campaign where they launched rockets into Israel came with an unironic warning where they actually fucking straight up said, stop the occupation in the Al-Aqsa Mosque and allow Palestinians freedom of travel to go into the mosque to be able to pray during Ramadan, and put a moratorium on the threat of eviction of Palestinians living in the occupied territories, specifically the 6 families that are currently facing eviction right now. Okay? In Sheikh Jarrah. That is straight up a fucking reasonable take. That is, I'm sorry, if you don't think that that is reasonable, you're a fucking psychopath. It should not even be brought up. That should have never even become a point of contention, because Israel should have never done the things that they did. The IDF should have never done the things that they did at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Expulsion, not eviction. You're right. You're correct. I'm just, sometimes I end up accidentally using colonizer terms when describing the situation. That's literally just, that is once again, very terrible take. Please go back to streaming terrible gameplay content. I'm sorry that it offends your sensibilities that robs you of the comfortable bubble that you exist in, where you can continue justifying inhumane actions against all Palestinians. I apologize. It doesn't feel good when you're like, oh fuck, the other side is just like, actual fucking humans. Saying that to a political streamer also is hilarious. But thank you.
I love her content. Thanks for making politics so palpable and easier to understand. Chad. Sorry if off topic, but is the nicotine gum you're chewing? Been trying to.
How easy is it to leave the region as a Palestinian? It's not easy, and also they shouldn't leave anyway. What the fuck do you mean? Where do they go when they leave, brother? What the fuck? Just leave your just leave your fucking home, dude, and your family behind. What is this? What stage of capitalism is this? What the fuck? Jeez, Lord mercy. Holy fucking shit, dude. We have deep rooted problems, boys, that I'm not afraid. I'm not sure we will be able to solve anytime soon, okay? Anyway, I'm going to run another ad break here. This is a good spot to just like run a quick one. Yair Netanyahu had a good take. I'm going to show you that, but it's a good spot to also showcase how capitalism has penetrated our lives and our wonderful little bubble of the internet. If you'd like to no longer see those ads, of course, you can subscribe for $5 or for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and getting one free Twitch Prime a month. Here's the ad break now.
At HasanAbi PepeLa.
Have you seen the idea of propaganda going viral on TikTok? What is this?
If I lose any blood on the way to salvation.
What? Oh yeah.
If I lose any blood on the way to salvation.
Israel always win.
Fight with the strength that I got until I die. So I'm gonna stand up.
We've talked about this before. Like, dude, sexy IDF soldiers is like primo IDF propaganda. No. Oh. Öyle mi? Özür dilerim. Söylerim, tamam. My dad just got sprayed by the sprinkler system, which is not supposed to open up in the middle of the day. Sorry. IGN Switzerland announces they're staying neutral battle between IGN America and IGN Israel.
Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine.
Hamas is just as much responsible for the current conflict that's happening, dude. Same as Israel, if not more. Yeah. Like when, you know, when the occupation began, originally, or when the battle lines were drawn and mass immigration started occurring into Palestine and Palestinian region by Jewish people of all backgrounds from the entire world, it was actually Hamas, a terror cell, an Islamist fundamentalist militant organization dedicated to the liberation of Palestinian people that was formed in 1987. They were responsible for it, you know, fucking 40 years before. It's crazy that they were literally just like, they have a bunch of future thinkers in Hamas. That's why they're so dangerous. It's crazy that Hamas actually has time travel powers.
Huh? What was that? I should kill everyone and escape? Sorry. The voices. I'm kidding. Jeez. That's not what they really said. Huh?
And what are you looking for in the next man? Pardon? What are you looking for in a man now to wear this clothes?
I'm not looking for a man. Let's start there.
Draco. Soldier. She make it clump, clump, clump. She make it clump, clump, clump. She make it.
God damn, dude. Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss, baby. Let's go. Fuck me, dude. Holy shit. I mean, look, just like I don't deny that like hot tub streamers are still engaging in like lewd entry point erotica, which is still ultimately not damaging in any way. I have to also admit that these IDF ladies are fucking hot, okay? They're bloodthirsty, genocidal psychos who not only directly are responsible for bloodshed and have blood, the blood of Palestinians in their hands, but also continue to justify an inhumane occupation. But also, on the other hand, it's like they're kind of attractive. So I have to admit it. It doesn't fucking change it. Bruh, men are weak as fuck. Yes, this is true. But it is, but remember, this is like deliberate. This is not fucking, I just need you to understand, this is on purpose. Like, this is propaganda. Like, they're fucking hot, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, join the IDF. Or they're hot, dude. Come on. But like, how can hot people do bad things? They don't do bad things. Just fucking shut up and coomer. Okay? Are men okay?
Baby, let me see it. I just wanna eat it. Baby, let me see it. Oh, I really need it. Oh, baby, let me see it. I just wanna.
איזה כיף, היום הוא רגוע. איזה כיף, היום הוא רגוע. הוא אדם אחר. אתה חייב מכות חשמל, אלי, את זה לא קורה לך שוב. די. Grab somebody sexy, tell them.
What you doing? What you doing? You so crazy. I think I want it.
Bro, whenever they make like references to murder, I'm literally thinking like, well, I mean, you're kind of doing that. Like, you know what I mean? Like whenever they fucking make references to like murder or like what are you telling me? I should kill everybody. I'm like, fuck, dude. I mean, you kind of are doing that. Like, why are you? Oh God. The inherent message being not only are war crimes fun, but they make you fun and flirty. Yeah, I get that. Yes. You just successfully made chat pro-Israel now? Okay, shut up, dude. Like, we're fucking joking about this shit, but like, there is a lot of this that goes on, you know?
Draco. Soldier. She make it clap, clap, clap. She make it clap, clap, clap. She make it.
Everybody can tell me you are so primitive, you can tell me whatever you want, I don't care. אני יודעת, הוא לא הולך לעשות כלום, וזה, וזה, וזה, וכל יפה, אני יודעת, אבל אני...
Intifada Season 4 incoming Kuwait.
What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, stop showing me other hot IDF chicks, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't do this. Okay. Also, another fucking hot take from friend of the show, Andre. Just fucking abolish celebrities already. Aisha Curry took the IDF propaganda and posted it on her fucking profile, dude. Yo, it's additionally weird that like a group of people that have been fucking that have been colonized for so many fucking centuries just like turn around and like take the colonizer propaganda hook, line, and sinker, dude. That shit is crazy to me. It blows my mind. That was one girl's personal TikTok channel. Israeli propaganda. You must be trolling. Yeah.
Propaganda is when a British person gets a good look at
something.
something.
Dude. That idea of using like hot soldiers to justify fucking girl boss genocide is certainly not something that the IDF does personally. Okay, that has never happened. Let's watch some IDF ads actually that range from look how sexy we are to look how vegan we are because we place the lives of animals over the lives of Palestinian humans because we don't think Palestinians are humans. They're not even animals. You know, there's look how LGBT we are. There's this one is straight up IDF.
Happy Saturday.
Literally Gal Gadot's job before and after Wonder Woman. Anyway. What Israeli gays are posting?
One country in the Middle East that's pro-freedom. It's called Israel. There's one country in the Middle East you can be a woman in and have rights. It's called Israel. There's one country.
Yo, the man. Bro, come on, bro. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? This dude literally went from, dude, my life is in fucking constant threat. It's so terrible. To literally fucking posting like American reactionary propaganda to partying at the fucking club at night, dude. Listen, I don't deny that this shit's traumatizing. Okay, I don't deny it. Okay, I do not deny that it is fucking traumatizing to like be in fear that like, you know, rockets are flying over your head, straight up. But my God, dude, just remember like. When you have bombs overhead, you're out and about, you're just fucking laying down, you know, you're having a shit ass day. But then you get to go to your nightclub at night. Palestinian kids don't have that. Like, Palestinian kids don't have the opportunity to fucking go out and party with their friends at night. You know what I'm saying? All genocide started with words not killing ordinary young Jewish Israelis casually and cheerfully endorsing a mass ethnic cleansing of all Palestinians. Israel's leaders have cultivated ethnic hatred now. Looming Gujarat type massacres are plausible. What is this for? Oh, yeah, we already watched this yesterday. Yeah. This is a good video to trick gamers to learn about Palestine.
The cycle ends here, gamers. Did you know? When promoting God of War 2, Sony sacrificed a live goat in front of the press. A marketing stunt that was not perceived particularly well. And I imagine Sony would probably do things differently if given a second chance. Just like how Israel probably regrets funding the far-right Islamist Hamas in order to destabilize the secular and left-leaning PLO, even encouraging violence between the two groups. Then again, without Hamas, what excuse would Israel have left to terrorize Palestinian civilians? Who am I kidding? As if they ever needed one. Anyways, which is your favorite God of War game? Let me know in the comments below.
Wait, that's fucking great, dude. That's actually pretty good. Protesters in London replace the UK flag with the Palestinian flag at the top of Daily Mail headquarters. Hell yeah. All of his videos are like this. That's fucking great. The stats of the human cost for the past decade. Yeah, I mean, I've already shown this. Dude, whenever I show this graphic, I always get motherfuckers being like, yeah, because Israel's defenses are fucking great. And yeah, because their Palestinians are using human shields. It's like, there's no, this is good for people who are like watching from afar to be like, what the fuck? That's insane that like 5,590 Palestinians have died from 2008 to 2020 versus 251 Israelis have died. Like, today, Israel showed people at the beach running for cover and they heard sirens. Some seems so bizarre they were there.
Within the
What?
Israeli military that fosters anti-Arab sentiment and racism, essentially.
Yes, I think the system, you know, is not only inside the military. It's like I said before, that's actually what being an Israeli means. Being an Israeli, growing up in the Israeli educational departments, you understand that all the Arabs hates you, that they're actually in a way the continuation of the biblical Amalek or Hitler, or, you know, that everybody there want to throw you into the sea. This is what you're growing up with, and you really believe in that. I mean,
did you just say versus like it's a fucking competition, fucking dumbass? What? How else would you say that? Like, how else would you describe it? If it's a fucking competition, Israel is winning. If it's a competition towards brutality, then Israel is won so many fucking times over. But it's clearly not, even though Israel does treat it like one. Versus is a comparison word, for the record. It's not just exclusive to competitions. I'm just letting you know. It just opposes like one number against another. For those of you who don't know, I guess it's not like just fucking I don't know, Tekken. When you can't get mad at anything, you just when you're just like trapped in a fucking corner, you just got to find something to get mad at. What is this? If you want to laugh at? Let me see. What were they saying?
In times of trouble, I like to
Oh,
ask
the fucking
myself
account
what
got
would Thanos
suspended
do if
or
he were in the
deactivated
West
in
Bank?
literally
That's right.
in the time that you
Keep his
banned
ground.
them.
Stay level out there, boys.
Anyway, I think this is my friend sent me this Caspian report. I heard that this is like surprisingly civil video and surprisingly civil comment section. I don't know if I want to watch this. I feel like this is gonna fucking piss me off. Anyway. Okay, bro, I got it. Venezuela inflation vuvuzela, dude. You're funny. You brought it up. Okay, stop. Why is the causal casualty discrepancy an issue? It is a war after all. It's not a war, you dumb fuck. It's a massacre. It's an occupation. Are you fucking stupid? It's like saying some Jews were able to fucking fight back against the Nazi occupation. So that's a war, dude. So the Holocaust is justifiable. Like, it's psychotic. It is a completely fucking psychotic fucking point of view. And if you think it's a war, then you should be, again, you should be justifying Hamas's actions across the board then. Like, what do you mean?
What brings you here today? To support Palestinian rights. We as Jews are embarrassed what's happening there in the state of Israel, in the Jewish name. And what's your message to the people of Palestine? They shouldn't give up the struggle. They should continue to fight and not give up the struggle against the state of Israel, because by the end, Palestine will be free, because this is truth. Will succeed by the end. What's your message to the people of Palestine?
They should know. We feel very shame what's going on there, especially they're doing everything in our name. In the name of Jews, in the name of the Torah, in the name of God. It's so shameful. We are with you. You have to know. The Zionists are strong. We are weak. But God is on our side. At the end of the day, the Palestinian flag will be on all Palestine, from the river to the sea.
Jesus Christ.
Yo, Hasan, you planning on playing?
I'm pretty sure these guys believe in the destruction of Palestine. I don't know what the deal is with some of the Orthodox community. I mean, look, there are many different layers to this. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ! Just stop, dude. It's just like, you're not funny. Yeah. Some of the reasons as to why, like, some of the Orthodox Jews support like ending the occupation are still not like exactly the, I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, they're like weirdly right wing. Maybe not those guys. I don't know. But they clearly don't, though. Okay. There are different kinds of Orthodox Jews or Hasidic Jews that believe in different things. Like, some of them are fucking ultra far right and believe that you know, all of that territory from the river to the sea obviously should be given to. A whole video about them. I don't know. Is there blood here? Is there gonna be bloodshed in this video? I don't fucking know. Hold on, let me just like browse through this real quick.
Probably gonna get Dono walled, but will the body pillows be available and when?
Those dudes seemed really nice though. And then there are some anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews or Hasidic Jews that are anti-Zionist because they don't want, I don't know how to describe it. They don't want any,
Our fight is not with guns.
like, ultimately, we'll see.
Our fight is to wake up people.
I already told you about the fucking body pillows. 5K reviews, 5K 5-star reviews on Apple Podcasts, and the fucking pillows come out next day.
And to make them think. We believe strongly that the state of Israel will come to an end. We have God on our side.
We're in Stamford Hill, a Jewish neighborhood in North
Hold on, I gotta
London.
pee.
We're here to meet the UK branch of the controversial ultra-Orthodox Jews of the Neturei Karta. These guys campaign against Zionism and for the immediate dismantling of the state of Israel. Many find their stance mind-boggling, and they're pretty unpopular, especially among other Jewish people.
They're often labeled as extremists for hanging out with Iran's former president Ahmadinejad and far-right nationalists from Hungary's Jobbik party. I want to find out why the Neturei Karta are so driven by their convictions that they're ready to be alienated by their own people. So when one of their leaders in London invited me into the secretive community, I jumped at the chance.
I think that's him. Hi.
Hello.
Sigma's
I'm
representative.
Milan.
Yes, my name is Rabbi Beck.
How big is the Neturei Karta here in Stamford Hill?
The fighters against Zionism here in Stamford Hill is several hundred. But people what are anti-Zionist, there are thousands here in Stamford Hill.
Zionism is the belief that Jewish people should have their own nation. The movement gathered support through the early 20th century, and the State of Israel was established in 1948 in Palestine. Right from the start,
Is he gonna like miss half of it and give a strong opinion? No.
the Jews, known as ultra-Orthodox, voiced their opposition.
I fucking told you guys, motherfucker. I told you that like their religion or the basis for their opinion on Israel's existence or their opposition to Israel's existence comes from their strongly held religious beliefs.
Not only do they fear the rise of secularism,
Also, they're like very, very, very conservative. They're just accidentally right in this case.
Jewish people shouldn't have their own state before the coming of the Messiah. Over time, some ultra-Orthodox groups softened their attitudes, and they began to enjoy the benefits of Israel. Others have maintained their opposition. And on the most radical end of the anti-Zionist spectrum is the Neturei Karta.
It's crazy.
I will put in paper in the machine. I don't know how to print out.
Rabbi Beck is keen to get his message out, so he's invited me to tag along on a flyering mission around Stamford Hill.
So is this your friend who's arriving?
Yes.
His protege, Rabbi Blyer, was coming along too.
You have a very nice motorbike.
Oh, thank you.
No, some of the Williamsburg Hasidic community has similar groups, but the overwhelming majority of the ultra-Orthodox and Hasidic Jews that live in New York are like, they love Donald Trump, super, super far right, super pro fucking Zionist. Like, it's just like incomprehensible. Like, the comparison is like, it's just like nothing in comparison to how much, like how fucking bloodthirsty some of those dudes are with regards to death and destruction falling upon Palestinians.
This is one flower. This is mostly explained why we are against the state of Israel.
You might remember, like, there's one guy, what's his name? Hisham? Is it Teshi? What's that fucking dude's name? The fucking influencer guy? That dude is like a literal Heshi Tischler, thank you. That dude's like a straight fucking freak, dude, okay? These guys were refusing to abide by COVID protocols, and we're just like, fuck that. Like, we're still going to go pray. And there was a whistleblower in the community, in the Orthodox community, that reported on the matter. And if you guys remember, we talked about like the things, the actions that like he promoted, where he got like the entire community to fucking surround this dude's house, and they were calling him like a fucking fake Jew or a snitch or a rat, and we're like literally threatening his life. For actual reporting on the matter with like the problems facing the...
I always thought that Jews are freaking wealthy. I guess I am wrong, Pepper Rothschild. I always thought that Jews are freaking wealthy. I guess I am wrong, Pepper.
Okay, dude, that's fucking anti-Semitic conspiracies. Like, that's not, you fucking weirdo.
Do you find it important to go around and distribute this?
Israeli propaganda is so strong. So obviously we feel obliged to do the opposite.
Sorry if you can see it inside. He will see it here.
So I go at the very back?
Yes, I'm very sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So
They do have drip though, you gotta admit.
how do you two know each other?
He was a teacher in school. I was a child in the same school. So I know him already as a kid. He was very famous as a child.
Do you deliver flyers like this to
Maybe some people, maybe some fucking incels were like, based, bro, based. Put the women in the back seat, based.
make more and more people aware of your existence?
Not of my existence, of the existence of the Torah. We are the Naturkaart, the guardians of the city. We try to guide people.
Listen, bro, fucking, they got different tiers, okay? And you get a sick ass hat when you move into the marriage tier. Like, that's pretty tight, okay? As far as like drip goes, I'm just saying, like, if you base your religious beliefs around like what kind of fucking drip you can have, you know, it's pretty sick.
People what?
Hey, they get a sick ass hat, dude.
In Judaism. Like if the woman going dressed not so modest, or there's some shops where they sell things not in the Jewish style, we call them, look, please stop it. You're not allowed here in our neighborhood. Of course, sometimes they get angry, but they understand that in the end of the day, we are right. If you don't like it, okay, goes to other places. Nobody forced him to leave here. I feel it for my duty in my life to teach people in the right way.
And what is the right way?
You want me to teach you Judaism in 1 minute?
Can you?
Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, going to park here.
These guys got framed. Yo, a bunch of Sigma males, boys.
Parking.
Why you don't allow me to watch HasanAbi? What the fuck? Dude, if you can't fucking see my stream, it's probably because you have a VPN or some shit. Or an ad block. What the fuck?
Rabbi back, I think you might have driven into the car behind us.
12 inches away.
Oh, okay. A Jew is not a Zionist. That must be your synagogue.
Yes. Sometimes here, people coming and they try to take it down.
Really?
Yes, but when I bought one sign, I bought in the same time 5. Because I know sometimes people get angry on us. They rip it off and we have to put it again. You can see also they put here on the door the Star of David. We painted already down, but what we can do. Just 1 minute. The English
I never in my life thought I would see the inside of an ultra-Orthodox synagogue in Stamford Hill.
You can come in.
Thank you.
In Stamford Hill.
You have a sign outside that says, a Jew is not a Zionist, and you're in a very Jewish area here. Is that seen as controversial?
What it means controversial?
Something that makes people angry.
I can say that this synagogue came under attack a few times. Sometimes thrown stones on the window and I have to replace the window. They don't like what we say. So the only thing what they can say, oh, these are fanatic people, these are extremists.
How come so few people know about you guys?
How often did you see people like me? People like me you can see in the cartoons. But in the media you don't see people like me. So how you expect people to know what is the views of these Jews?
Is it possible to see a bit of the synagogue?
Okay.
Wait, what the fuck?
It's a small synagogue.
Why did he
We have
wait?
here at least 40, 50 types of books against Zionism in the state of Israel. Here's the Holy Scriptures.
Yeah, what does it say?
Here is just a crown, that means the crown of the Torah. And here is just the beginning of each, the Ten
It's
Commandments.
because she's a
Does
woman?
the state of Israel break any of the 10 Commandments?
The sixth.
She's not a non-Jew, is she? I thought she was Jewish.
Don't kill. The 8th, don't steal. The basic of the Jewish religion is to trust God. If God sends us in exile, stay in exile.
What
we have
the
to wait
fuck?
for the coming of Messiah.
So is that why the Netrei Karta believe that Israel is against God?
100%, yes, of course.
The Netrei Karta consider themselves defenders of the faith. So I'm curious to hear what another Jewish movement that is also critical of Israel make of them. I've arranged to meet liberal Judaism's rabbi, Charlie Baginski.
The Netrei Karta call themselves the true Jews. What does that mean that other Jewish people are in their eyes?
The Netrei Karta would define that they interpret scripture in the right way, and the rest of us have it wrong. It's very much their way or no way. So we wouldn't be considered Jewish, my children wouldn't be considered Jewish, our rabbis are not recognized.
Would you say that they have a fundamentalist view of the Torah?
Sure. Once any interpretation becomes unquestioning, it's problematic.
So your movement is, as you call it, a critical friend of Israel. The Netrei Karta is taking that a lot further. What do you think about that?
There's been a very large conversation within the Jewish community about when it's legitimate and when it's not legitimate to criticize Israel. It's Netrei Karta's view that the state of Israel shouldn't exist until the Messiah comes, and they will do anything to ensure that that religious ideal is fulfilled.
While they wait for the Messiah, the Netrei Karta seem determined to get their voices heard.
I'm trying to find where Rabbi Back lives. He's invited us over because some of the guys from the Netrei Karta are coming over to make banners for a protest that's happening for Nakba Day.
Nakba means the disaster in Arabic. Nakba Day is the day Palestinians mourn their displacement when the State of Israel was created. But this is also Israeli Independence Day, when Israelis have a party to celebrate the creation of their country.
Hello, how are you?
Tomorrow we're going to be a demonstration against the state of Israel. We participate in these demonstrations to bring out our message, to show for the world that Jews and Zionists are not the same thing. Also, je doet in alle signs, ja? Jede sign dat wij ons samengesteld van 4. Je hebt de push te zeggen dat
Judaism rejects the state of Israel and condemns its atrocities.
The protest falls on a Saturday, the Sabbath, so there's a bunch of restrictions they must stick to, one being not to use public transport.
This is a Hyde Park, where the Israeli embassy is located, just here.
Okay.
Our synagogue is located here.
This is going to be such a long walk.
What the fuck?
3.5 hours.
3.5 hours?
Yes.
So we need to be prepared.
Shabbos, we are not allowed to touch any
Wow, Israel celebrates the creation of their country on the same day they kicked out the Palestinians. That's such a weird coincidence. Yeah, it's kind of weird how that worked out. They also, as far as, Israel allowing settlers to go back and, reclaim occupied West Bank territory that currently belongs to Palestinian people, they will go back to 19th century agreements and restore them, and regardless of who actually has a legitimate stake on that land. But for some reason, Palestinians don't get that, especially from territories that were originally displaced from. So that's really strange. It's another strange coincidence in that respect, where Palestinians don't have any sort of legitimate authority. As a matter of fact, what's pretty fucking cool is that it's the opposite, where Jews have legitimate claim, legitimized by the occupying state of Israel, to stake ownership of unoccupied buildings within the state of Israel. Unoccupied how? I don't know. I don't think about that sort of stuff.
device. We can't speak into the mic. And also, when we're walking, we need a non-Jewish man going between us.
Okay, so everything will be okay as long as there's a man standing between you and me. Yes. And you cannot talk straight into the microphone.
And also, Saturday, we are not carrying nothing. Nothing. We're not carrying nothing. This is one of the laws.
So you're going to walk across the entirety of London for 3 hours, carrying signs.
No. You forgot we are not allowed to carry Saturday anything. We will wear it on.
Okay. Okay.
It's not easy to be Jewish. Don't become Jewish.
There are going to be a lot of Palestinians present at the protest. How will you be received?
Oh, very, very welcomed. Very welcomed. When we coming many times a week.
Do pro-Israeli people come down? And...
Yes, 100%. They feel very angry and they're crying on us. But what can we say? We bring out the right message of Judaism, and this is the right message of Judaism.
Listen, a lot of religion is just like power gaming and looking for exploits, okay? That right there, being able to paste it onto your body, that's an exploit, okay? These guys are glitch hacking, and honestly, I don't know. They should patch that. God should patch that shit, dude. Seriously.
I mean, when you look, who is the real Jew? Look of me and look of him. He don't look as a Jew at all. He don't keep the Shabbos. He have no problem with Shabbos like I have. He don't walk to the protest 3 hours. He just coming by the car and park it in the side. And he say, oh, I'm a religion Jew.
So are there like clashes when the pro-Israelis come down and they see you wearing Free Palestine?
Yes, because of that we have the police.
Look up Shabbat elevator. What do you mean look up Shabbat elevator? If you've ever lived in fucking New York, you've already seen one. It's just the same as a regular elevator, but it stops at every floor on Saturdays. Have you guys never been to like a Jewish hospital or some shit in New York? I mean, okay, maybe you haven't. I don't know why you would have. But yeah. Jewish hospitals in New York have Jewish hospitals in New York and elevators in like areas that are areas where like a lot of religious Jewish people live, Orthodox Jewish people live, will stop at every single floor in order to prevent religious practicing conservative Orthodox Jewish people from having to press the button and like violating one of the I guess laws or rules of. Yeah, most hospitals in New York City will stop. If you're ever inside of a hospital in New York City on a Saturday, most of the hospitals will literally stop at every single floor on Saturdays.
So does it get violent?
Usually not. The police watch. If not the police, then it's get violent, of course. We hope to bring out our message for them all to know. You know, the Zionists have the power, and the media have the power, and we haven't got nothing. We have only one thing.
They should hire someone to press the button for them. They do. They do. There are people that are hired to work on Saturdays to like press buttons and operate electronic stuff around them. Sometimes.
On our side.
Getting quite warm here. It's a lot of exercise. These guys walk really fast. I thought I was a good walker, but I've met my match.
Bro, they've been walking every Saturday since they were born. You know, they of course they're good walkers.
They're creating quite a lot of attention when they walk on the street. Constantly trying not to get run over.
Is there a purpose for stopping on every floor? Yes, because you can't press a button on Saturday. You can't control like electronic devices. You can't press a button on Saturday. So if you want to go to the fucking 6th floor, you can't expect someone to just like come in and press the button for you, which is why it fucking stops. It's a loophole, dude. That's it. No work on Saturday, boys. Back off.
Because they're wearing...
You got a license for that, bruv. You got a fucking license for that protest, bruv. Back off. I'm a fucking Arsenal fan, bruv, and Arsenal's siding with the fucking Zionists on this one, bruv. With the fucking goners, bruv.
The protest banners under their coats, they keep having to stop to like sort of tuck them back up. When you walk around central London, how do you feel when people start pointing fingers or saying things?
You're not caring about it. We accept that we are different and people snub on us, they sneer on us.
Is there a man standing in between them because of what he said?
It's part of our religion to ignore it.
We have a goal on this war, so this gives us very much satisfaction.
So we're almost by the Israeli embassy.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, I was gonna say there's no shot. The my dude is just like tatted up, but he's like orthodox because I saw the hat. Jewish Post Malone, yeah, fucking dude looking like Tom Hardy, dude. My man's got the fucking face tat. Post Shalom.
You have the Star of David tattooed on your face.
I'm trying to keep it as kosher as I can, you know.
What do you make of the
I'm trying to keep it as kosher as I can.
Orthodox Jews?
Wait, isn't Judaism similar to Islam in the way that like you're not supposed to fucking penetrate your skin and get tatted up and shit? Right? Isn't it literally anti-kosher to get a fucking tattoo? Just like it's a sin, it's haram to get a tattoo?
I feel that every person has a right to express himself. Seeing the Orthodox community coming here to explain their destruction of the state of Israel. At the end of the day, they are traitors, and I don't see truth, I see lies.
Israel, you have no right to Palestine!
So, there are ultra-Orthodox Jews standing holding Palestinian flags. What do you make of that?
They're Nature Carter, which means they're an extreme ultra-Orthodox Jewish group. They're the same as ISIS, really, in religion. They're not considered amongst the Jews to be Jews, because they take it to such an extent, and they have a very, very, very bad reputation. They go beyond normality. I mean, if they could, they would strap bombs around themselves and blow each other up.
What? What the fuck? Okay, listen. I'm not going to sit here and say these guys got like normal points of view, okay? But goddamn, I feel like I mean, if we're making comparisons to ISIS, like, okay, maybe in like the incredibly hardline interpretation of religion and the way that they like follow the rules of religion is one way, but as far as like death, destruction, and overall terrorism, like, you know, what IDF does to Palestinians is like, I mean, fuck, dude. Like, ISIS would love to be able to fucking subject people to that kind of fucking cruelty. They just don't have the means to do so. You know what I mean?
When I spoke to people on the other side of the street, they were calling you guys extremists.
They can call whatever they want. Everybody can say anybody, he's an extremist. Everybody can say that.
They compared you to people who would happily strap bombs on themselves, which I thought was quite interesting.
Okay. Nobody here, nobody with these protests are coming out with support for violence.
Okay.
Nobody.
We do what we need to do. We know God runs the world and God advises us what's our duty to do.
How can you be against Israel? I went to the army.
You went to the Israeli army?
I went to the army, yeah. And I lost people there.
You lost people for nothing.
No, why I'm lost for nothing? For a country that's your country.
No, we are not willing to die for a country which is forbidden according to Jewish people.
You're unbelievable. Mashiach not gonna come for you guys.
So Mashiach is gonna come for you.
No,
yeah? No, you know what Jewish is.
Fucking own, dude. It's kind of weird that they're like, they keep saying, you guys don't look Jewish. Which is like, they got a lot of weird opinions, dude. It's like, you guys don't look Jewish at all. Come on. When have you seen a real Jew? Like, you know, you just see it in cartoons, and it's like the cartoons he's referencing are like literally fucking anti-Semitic depictions. Like,
you're Jewish.
Yes, we're Jewish.
You're not allowed to be Jewish. You can't be Jewish.
The illegal occupation is not supported by Judaism at all.
There is no occupation. Read your facts.
Tensions are high, and the police move us on. But I want to quiz Rabbi back about why the Neturei Karta often meet up with Holocaust denier Ahmadinejad.
And famous Virgil Texas follower. Famous follower of Virgil Texas on Twitter. Ahmadinejad.
They even attended his notorious 2006.
For the record, like, yes, Holocaust denial, but why don't you show that part? Like, are you trying to make him seem reasonable here? Like, that's the weird thing. I guess when you match the words like Holocaust denial with like a fucking actually reasonable take that he has here, then it like automatically is supposed to make this take unreasonable. You can't ignore it? No, I don't fucking ignore it.
Attended his notorious 2006 Tehran conference, questioning the Holocaust.
I read on the Neturei Karta website.
Like, why don't you just... See, this is what I never understand. It's like, just show that part, because that's bad. Like, categorically bad. My button looks so good, doesn't it? What, the verified button? Yes, Seer. Wrong chat. Too late. Fucking saw that shit.
That you believe that the Holocaust happened because it was God's punishment for Jewish people not being religious enough. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. It's not a problem. This is what we say. It may be the Holocaust was.
That is fucking insane, dude. It's just like, oh, Jesus Christ.
A punishment for this, to go away from God, to rebellion against God. What we have more to say on the Holocaust, that the Zionists, the Holocaust was for their favorite from the beginning to the end. They justify what they're doing for the Palestinians with the Holocaust, what's happened.
Bro, this guy switches from like weirdly reasonable takes to some of the most insane things I've ever heard in a span of mere seconds. Like, I just don't even, I can't even keep up. Like, it is wild. I've never seen someone just like flip so hard. Like, you hear it, it's just like entirely apartheid states aren't democracies. Damn, dude. AOC's just like, yeah, he's just spitting, dude. He's just fucking. Ted Cruz is going to Israel. Incredible. In the coming days, I will travel to Israel to assess what they need to do to protect their national security, which is closely tied to America's national security. Why? Thank God. Boys, Ted Cruz is coming. Literally, the permanent L machine is coming to Israel, dude. Worst thing. Ted Cruz cares more about Israel than Texas. Oh, fuck. I gotta fucking tweet that. That's funny. Oh, dude, I'm stealing that, chatter. Good shit. Feeling for the working class chatter. Jesus Christ, dude. Chat was like looking for a way to lose their shit. Stop being annoying, chat. Come on. You're not being heckin' puppers right now, okay? You're not being heckin' pupper chonky boys currently. Yeah, I fucking said it, dude. I'm gonna maintain my frame here, boys. Sorry. By the way, oh, I forgot to mention this earlier, but hey, guys, don't worry. Biden's on it. Biden's on the case, boys. Biden's on the case, boys. 4 hours ago, breaking news. Biden spoke to Netanyahu and raised concerns about civilian casualties in Gaza. Netanyahu told him Israel is doing the utmost to avoid targeting civilians. Oh, fuck. All right. Thank God, dude. Thank God Biden was on the call, dude. I guess he means utmost. But, oh, we're good, boys. Solved. Situation resolved. Holy shit.
These are views that have also been stated by far-right parties and also by...
Oh, wait, never mind. They bombed a press building. Oh, I forgot to show this too, by the way. Sobbing, you can't just point at everything and call it a human shield. Julie Pace says, so stunned, our AP bureau in Gaza has been destroyed by Israeli airstrike. Yair Netanyahu, who is, of course, Bibi Netanyahu's son, and anti-Semitic weirdo himself, I'm more stunned you were willing to put your office at the building of the terror organization Hamas intelligence headquarters and use as a human shield for them. Dude, guys, in the end, when every fucking inch of Gaza is reduced to rubble, okay, we will find out that, sorry, it was all Hamas headquarters in the end. So it's justifiable. What's good, Racy? Yeah, we already watched this. He allowed Hamas to operate out of this building for years. Say thank you for the warning. StopAntisemitism.org is like literally just listen. I speak about how non-monolithic Jews are all the fucking time, but if you have an organization dedicated to stopping anti-Semitism, why the fuck are you literally like if you have a Jewish cause, you probably should represent yourselves a little bit better than this. You know what I mean? He allowed Hamas to operate out of the building, out of his building for years. Say thank you for the warning. They dox Palestinians and anti-Zionist Jews all the time on their Twitter page. Oh yeah, like a lot of these, like the Canary one, I forget what it's called, but like a lot of these organizations are just like literally, basically, created to just like dox fucking Palestinians. This is happening with the support of the United States. I don't care how any spokesperson tries to spin this. The U.S. vetoed the UN call for ceasefire. If the Biden admin can't stand up to an ally, who can it stand up to? How can they credibly claim to stand for human rights? God damn, AOC. Fucking coming out with like literal daggers, dude. And you have proof Hamas wasn't operating there, huh? Wait, oh shit, boys. I didn't realize Chatter Oxon had proof Hamas was operating out of the fucking literal media building, dude. Shit. Even the most fucking ardent advocates of Zionism are having a hard time in the press, having a hard time justifying that action. But hey, Fucking random chatter has it, dude. Shit, dude. Burden of proof is on the Twitch streamer HasanAbi. Of course, I have to prove it. That's crazy, dude. Also, that's not how proof works. Prove to me that you're not a pedophile, chatter. You can't. You're a pedophile. Sorry. I hope that works well for you going forward, okay? Yeah. Just prove a negative, dude. You can't. You're a pedophile now. Prove to me otherwise. Well, you can't? Well, sucks to suck. How's it feel knowing that you're a fucking pedophile? Anyway, there is one thing I can prove to you, though. But it's only something that you have to engage in yourself to prove to yourself. And that is, at the top of the hour, there's always going to be a 60-second ad break. And I'm going to run that right now. But if you'd like to no longer see those ads, you can actually avoid them by subscribing. You do it for the $5 subscription or for free with your Twitch Prime. So, you know, you can prove it that way if you'd like to. But here's the 1-minute ad now. That was a good transition. Suck my dick. Okay.
By Holocaust deniers like Ahmadinejad.
As far as we know, and we speak to him many times about the Holocaust, and we didn't see that he denied the Holocaust. Could be there some information, but I didn't know. But as far as I know, as far as we study it, we didn't find it.
You stand for a peaceful dismantlement of the state of Israel, but Ahmadinejad has been quoted in the press saying that Israel should be wiped off the map. Aren't you worried that you're legitimizing violence by consorting with these people?
The Iranian president clarified many times when he said that Israel should be wiped up off the map. He didn't mean the people of Israel should be wiped up. He means that the regime should be wiped up.
No matter where your sympathies lie in the Israel-Palestine conflict, the Netrei Karta's ideas about the Holocaust are problematic, and so is the fact.
Bro, it's always funny to use passive language as a journalist when, like, the person that you are interviewing literally said the Holocaust is justifiable because it was punishment by God towards the Jews for straying away from Judaism. Like, that's not problematic. That is fucking insane. Okay? That's insane. It's not just, anyway, whatever.
That they associate themselves with violent political agendas. There is a serious risk there that the Netrei Karta's cause could be used as a propaganda tool.
Huh.
2 weeks later, it's the Jewish festival of Lach Boima, commemorating the death of a famous rabbi. Jewish people typically celebrate this festival by lighting bonfires, but the Netrei Karta had chosen to add fuel to the flame.
We're banning the Israeli flag today. We're going to make a celebration against Israel.
Would it be possible to join this celebration?
Only a man can come in.
Only a man can come in, okay.
Sorry.
So do you think it's not possible for me?
No.
These guys are fucking squad W as shit, dude. He's like, no, only a man can come in.
Really, if you want just to see it, I have a storage room where you can stay there if you want.
Really? Okay.
I will make a bit more room here. Okay, I'm sorry. It's great.
Bro, this guy's alpha as fuck, dude. He's just his maintenance of frame is off the charts, okay? I've never seen somebody maintain their frame this hard.
It turned out there were lots of women in the storage cupboard. I managed to get a decent view and got chatting to one of the wives.
We are all wish to be a man because we want to take part for this. But if we do everything for the men, we cook, we clean, we have a good feeling that we make them able to spread out the true world. This is our part.
Usually, if we're making a fire, we're banning the Israeli flag and banning the Israeli movement to show the state of Israel can't speak in the name of Jewish people.
You can now we can
Ashemi, hoya. Velayone, avode, imitten.
Oy beshilt oina koifren, ein ohne makirim, ein ohne makirim.
There are people who do feel that you are legitimizing violence by burning flags and who will also really take offense.
It is violent only if it brings violence. It's only a symbol to show total opposition, especially for our youth.
My man, kinda cultish? Kind of cultish? Are you fucking insane? This is literally, if this is kind of cultish, what's like actually cultish then? My man just said just kind of cultish. No, this is just straight up a fucking cult. Literally a cult.
To show them, this goes in deep, deep into their heart. If we are not enjoying fighting, and of course we are not enjoying burning a flag, but this is, we do what we have to do. We do what's our duty.
The Neturei Karta talk about standing up against violence and ending Israeli occupation. But what really motivates them is their uncompromising sense of religious duty. Sometimes their blind faith goes too far.
This is so crazy. This is why I fucking told you guys that, like, I wouldn't be, you know, this is why I said what I said, okay? Earlier, and like chat was getting mad at me because they're like, what do you mean? They're Jewish allies of Palestine. Like, fuck you, shut up. Check out the difference between English and Hebrew IDF pages. What the fuck? Dude, hold on. Are they gonna show like blood or some shit? One second, boys. I'm gonna shield you from. Okay. I think it's fine, yeah. Bro, the fucking. God damn, dude. The fucking. The Hebrew IDF online page just straight fucking showing targets, celebrating like it's a fucking Call of Duty campaign. Well, you know, where like the real victims are being murdered. Let's take a look at the just something we thought you should know. Not every rocket that Hamas fires at Israel reaches its target. Hundreds of Hamas rockets have fallen in the Gaza Strip. Some have crashed into power lines. More than 200,000 people in Gaza are without electricity because of Hamas rocket fire. Bro, okay. What about the 2 million plus fucking Palestinians that don't have access to electricity when Israel decides to cut it off? That is fucking insane, dude. That is literally fucking insane. Oh my God, dude. Just something you should know. Smile.
Wow! Imale! Imale! Imale!
Watch a rocket hit the city of Ashdod, causing severe damage and putting lives at risk. Huh. I wonder why the messaging is drastically different. The Western-facing messaging is drastically different than the messaging the messaging that they put out towards you know, the largely Hebrew speaking audience. That's so strange to me. What could it be, I wonder? Would maybe the one side just be straight, like more honest in its intentions? Yeah. Listen, boys, the fucking the bombing targets and crosshairs on Palestinians, that shit is effective propaganda when you have already brainwashed your population into not believing that the other side has humans. Hundreds of rockets being fired at Tel Aviv right now. Can you cover this? Bro, we are literally looking at IDF propaganda right now as it features rockets blowing up on Israel, and the motherfucker's like, I am blind to what you are showing. Can you show it more? Sorry, I am unable to see what you are showing. Can you show more of what you are showing currently? Watch, Israeli father protects baby during sirens. A 14-year-old boy just suicided in Gaza due to his mother, last family member dying to an Israeli bomb. Jesus Christ. This is literally the same as what about black on black violence? Conservatives have no new arguments? No, of course not. And your stream is Hamas, Iran extremist propaganda. Like, didn't even fucking mention Iran, but, you know, it's all the same anyway. Oh, the Associated Press already said that there's no evidence or no indication that Hamas was in the building or actively in the building. This is something we actively check to the best of our ability. We would never knowingly put our journalists at risk. And the AP has called on the Israeli government to provide the evidence. Like, even the motherfucker in Tel Aviv, who is like the chief correspondent for MSNBC, was like, I've been in that building. I didn't see any of that. But maybe there's underground tunnels. Who knows? No, motherfucker. They literally did that because they wanted to suppress freedom of speech, which is also literally the reason why it's an illegal act of war, a war crime to do so. Do you think the IDF should just stand by and do nothing even though they have many Hamas targets? No, you're right, dude. They should continue ethnically cleansing the open air prison that they've created for the Palestinians like they have been doing. It doesn't really matter what I have to say or what you have to say or what your justifications are, even though you are actively trying to, in real time, justify ethnic cleansing as it's currently occurring. But, you know. It's the same take over and over again every day. I don't know if I will ever get tired of addressing it. Listen, the more you motherfuckers ask, the more I will address it, okay? This is the one thing I can do.
Nights have violent ends. After days of structural, these violent delights have violent ends. After days of structural and sporadic violence between Israelis and Palestinians, the respective authorities are now exchanging live fire. Episodes like these are routine, until they're not. Israelis and Palestinians frequently engage in low-level skirmishes.
Why is it only 5 takes? Because it's the talk, it's the fucking speech tree. Like, they only have so many things they can do to, like, literally ask you to either stop looking at or outright deny what you see with your own 2 eyes. Like, what do you want them to do? They just, like, they don't have a lot of fucking options. Like, there's a dialogue wheel and they are exhausting the same fucking 5 arguments over and over again because there isn't really too much they can say.
But kinetic combat and intifadas are unusual. There hasn't been a major fight between the two in years until now.
Why do people say this isn't genocide? They will link Palestinian population growth charts to argue that it isn't. Yeah, that's really fun, dude. That's a really fun way to, again, it's a really fun way that Nazis literally fucking denied ethnic cleansing as well. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hamas has launched salvos of rockets against civilian settlements in central and southern Israel, while Israel has targeted office buildings and militant leaders in airstrikes. the violence seems to be flaring. Israel has deployed combat troops along the Gaza border and is preparing for ground operations. Though the tit-for-tat reactions and counter-reactions seem emotionally driven, there is in fact a coldly calculated rationale in the fighting.
Again, same five dialogue lines, dude. Okay? Are the ads only for US users? You prefer Israeli children's deaths? Why shoot missiles? Do you shoot someone in the head when someone curses you? Or the Kurdish humans when the Turks killed them? This is bullshit. If you come even close to any Palestinian road or home, it is certain death for any Jew. If rockets were pouring over your heads, how would you feel? Like, literally, just like, it's fucking awesome. I feel like, as far as like I don't know, paid or unpaid IDF propagandists or fucking trolls, being a Twitch streamer makes you incredibly well equipped to deal with it. Pointing out growing populations, literally how people deny Native American genocide. Yeah. It's great because I deal with it all day, every day. I hope you're getting paid for this shit, dude, and you're not just like a psychopathic, bloodthirsty Zionist doing this for free. You didn't answer my question. Do you think the IDF should do nothing? No, I think the IDF should do something if you consider pulling out their troops originally, like the original ask was from Hamas, from the Al-Aqsa Mosque, when they were beating the shit out of people and like gassing mosque goers. If you consider that to be doing nothing, then yes, pulling out is yeah, they should do nothing. Therefore, you could have avoided, and you should have continued to. You could have continued the ceasefire that was going on for years. Feel me? Please answer the question. Don't do these emotional baiting sarcasm stuff. So confused. What is emotional baiting sarcasm stuff? If you value the lives of fucking babies, who's killed more fucking babies? Who has more power? Who has more power to both fucking defend the lives of their own babies while simultaneously murdering babies inside of an open air prison? Like, you can't come to me with, unless you were asking like, what should Israel do? Because I already described to you what IDF should have done. But like, you can't come to me and act like you give a shit about human beings and their existence from a humanist point of view, while simultaneously advocating for death and destruction upon a certain group of human beings, unless you literally just don't think that they're humans and ethnic cleansing is justifiable. Israeli occupation force is not defense. They have nothing to do to defend. They're only occupying and forcing people out. Yeah. So you're saying that Hamas would stop firing rockets if IDF stopped? First of all, 100% yes. Are you fucking stupid? Like, they might, some of the fucking people in Hamas want to fucking eviscerate all Jews and yada yada, and they're fucking anti-Semitic. But literally, yes, they're not so stupid as to not recognize the superior firepower that they go up against. So yes, it's literally yes. That's also precisely why the Hamas leadership said we are comfortable with the terms of a ceasefire, except, you know, the Israeli authorities need to agree to it. When the rest of the world leaders tried to reach out to Hamas and said, hey, would you like to do a ceasefire? This was, how many days ago now? This was like one day after the original rocket barrage happened. And Israel denied the ceasefire and said, no, we are going to cease firing when the Gaza Strip is quiet. Not only that, but also a UN Security Commission tried to get together twice to start the ceasefire talks, every world leader on, or every nation with the exception of the United States, agreed to build a ceasefire agreement, and the United States has veto power and blocked it. Now, why would they have done that? Well, it's because they are in talks with Bibi Netanyahu's government, and Bibi Netanyahu's government said, no, we are going to do bombings until there is a total unending silence, and you're going to give us time to do so, and then we'll talk about a ceasefire maybe when we've wiped out enough Palestinians within the Gaza Strip. Feel me? You just shit on me after I sent a message that had a slight delay. Any chance to read my previous question from yesterday? Dude, what? I know. There's 35,000 people in here. What? Was it propaganda that I was taught that when British Mandate left and there was 2 nations, one for each population, that the early wars between them that led to the occupation today that were started by Arab nations? Dude, that is so fucking psychotic. Okay? Unless you literally think like all Arabs are here. I read it. You think that all Arabs are fucking the same and that Palestinians deserve death with that framing. You understand that, right? Like, I'm sorry that was what you were taught in school, but yes, that is literal fucking propaganda. I'm just letting you know, because the underlying POV there is that the actions of Arab nations and surrounding regions justify the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and the ongoing occupation of occupied territory in the West Bank, which is still a fucking human rights abuse that is ongoing. And every fucking NGO and every world leader, with the exception of obviously the notable United States, has declared it as such. But of course, that's anti-Semitism. Okay. Half these people that think you support Hamas, yeah, I know. If Israel took down the walls around Gaza and completely ignored all the violent Israeli violent anti-Israeli Arabs, we would get attacked constantly. Dude, you did this. This is the fucking same dumbass, by the way. Okay. All this is doing, doing is the exact same fucking bullshit. The best way to stop terror is not by creating more terrorists by engaging in steady bombing campaigns. The best way to stop terror is by improving the material conditions of the people that you have backed into a fucking corner with no end in sight. Okay? We would get attacked constantly. So what? The best way to do so is by attacking, preemptively attacking constantly? Is that what it is? The end game is ethnic cleansing. The end game is displacement. The end game is genocide. It is what it is, but that's the fucking truth. Like, think about it this way. And by the way, this same rhetoric amongst reactionaries exists when it comes to immigration. The same rhetoric is just reactionary and fascist through and through. Okay? Completely. Part of the reason why they made sure that the Jews left Gaza was because this was going to happen. And we're going to continue a bombing campaign until there is, in the words of the IDF as recently as last week, until there is an unrelenting silence. Okay? When you bomb someone, you create more terrorists. When you destroy schools, when you ruin people's lives, when you murder their family members, innocent family members, and then say that your family member that got murdered was just a meat shield by Hamas. Sorry, sucks to suck. You were in the way of our bombs. All you're doing is creating more fucking terrorists. So if you want to end terrorism, then make peace. Why isn't the UN doing anything? What do you mean? What the fuck can the UN do? They got no power. Anyway, I hope that answered some of your questions. Like, what is should do? No, he didn't. He said, blah, blah, Israel pull troops, maybe, blah, blah. That's not what I said. You fucking idiot. Maybe killing blah, just wanted something direct is all I asked. Fair enough. That's not what I said, you fucking dumbass. And this is something that I've repeated time and time again. The conditions of the original rocket campaign that Hamas engaged in was set and not met by Israel. The demands that they made with the threat that the bombing would start at 6 p.m. That night when it started originally, was for the IDF to remove their military occupation or the military from the Al-Aqsa Mosque and surrounding region, and to stop the threatening of expulsion and displacement of the 6 families that live in the Sheikh Jarrah region. The IDF did not stop it and retaliated with a fuck you. That is like, and that ceasefire is not exactly great terms for the Palestinians regardless.
I'm your host Shirvan and welcome to Caspian Report. This episode is sponsored by Skillshare, an online learning community that helps develop your skills and Israelis' activity. Hostilities between Palestinians and Israelis are not new and have gone on for decades. The latest episode of violence escalated in mid-April 2021, coinciding with the start of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. Israel imposed a limit of 10,000 people gathering for prayers at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, which is located in a compound that is referred to as a holy site in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam alike. Restrictions triggered nightly clashes between Israeli law enforcement and Palestinian protesters in the...
Now, these are restrictions beyond the regular restrictions that Palestinians are subjected to in their own fucking land that Israel is currently occupying, okay? Which is the occupied West Bank. Palestinians do not have freedom of travel, even in their own fucking neighborhoods, okay? They have it's an apartheid state, basically everywhere. There are already severe limitations. They have separate roads for fucking Israeli cars and separate roads for Palestinian cars. There's checkpoints all over the fucking Palestinian... there's checkpoints all over the Palestinian roads, okay? So those checkpoints oftentimes are used as, like, ways to fucking further repress Palestinians. Now, in Ramadan, Palestinians want to go to Al-Aqsa Mosque. Ramadan is a big, like... It's the holiest month for the international Muslim community. And there is a lot of like community prayer that you engage in on Fridays. You go and you pray at the mosque, and everyone wants to go to the Al-Aqsa Mosque to pray together, specifically on the night that is like the last 2 nights of the month of Ramadan. So what the Israeli authorities started doing is putting checkpoints that would not allow Muslims to go and pray at Al-Aqsa Mosque. This is really disrespectful. And as I've talked about before, whenever in the past, like Israel or the Israeli authorities have taken action against Al-Aqsa, like putting metal detectors around Al-Aqsa, the Palestinian community rises up, okay? Because they see it as like literally a bridge too fucking far, okay? The Israeli authorities do respond to said protests from the Muslim community, including the removal of the metal detectors in the past that they had placed in Al-Aqsa. So,
streets of Jerusalem. At the same time, a Jewish settler group turned to the Israeli Supreme Court with claims for land and property in a predominantly Palestinian neighborhood in East Jerusalem. Palestinian families were at risk of eviction. Although both incidents triggered the latest hostilities, Palestinians are frustrated by setbacks to their aspirations for an independent state in recent years, including
Hasan, Jewish people who were here before 48 created underground weapon factories and settlements they took so that they can take over Israel. Meantime, the Arabs said nothing. What? I don't know what you're
including Washington's recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital. The tipping point, however, occurred on May 8th, during the holiest day of Ramadan, as tens of thousands of Palestinians gathered at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in defiance of the restrictions. Israeli police blocked Palestinians from entering the mosque and then used tear gas.
Are there restrictions for COVID, or is that their excuse, and do restrictions specifically target them? Motherfucker, if you think the IDF or Israelis in general give a single fuck about preventing COVID from spreading in Palestinian communities, you think they do a little bit more to give fucking Palestinians actually vaccines when they vaccinated the entirety of the Israeli population, except they didn't. And at the time I covered it, it's called medical apartheid. This was like a couple months back, where Israel was being promoted by the Western media as like this wonderful progressive nation that was able to vaccinate every single person so quickly. And yet they literally stopped other countries from even giving vaccines to Palestinian areas. And they themselves did not give any fucking additional vaccines that they had to Palestinians for the longest fucking time.
Gas and stun grenades inside the holy building. That was a bad call. In retaliation, Hamas fired hundreds of rockets on central and southern Israel. It was like pouring fuel on fire. Understandably, Israel retaliated by carrying out airstrikes in Gaza.
As I also explained, he's missing out key details in this like very fucking basic report, but it's not just that. The mosque was occupied. They were fucking gassing people who were praying at the mosque. And then also on top of that, they had originally shut out people from even going to the mosque. Okay. So those are two key issues. And then that's when Hamas, in the final night of like gearing up, and Israel was doing this to gear up for Jerusalem Day, which is an ultra-right, ultra-fucking reactionary, far-right, psychopathic holiday that is a celebration of occupying the city of Jerusalem, okay, where these far-right, young, oftentimes like super fucking orthodox Israelis will like roam the streets on Flag Day and literally beat the shit out of fucking Palestinians. So they were gearing up for this, which is part of the reason why this retaliation is suspected to have happened by the IDF. But also Hamas said that this should stop, or else, including the forcible evictions, the expulsion of the 6 families in Sheikh Jarrah need to stop, or else. And Israel was like, yeah, fuck off.
The number of civilian casualties mounted in the dozens. Hamas then launched even more rockets, and Israel returned the favor with even more violence. Israelis and Palestinians engage in low-level clashes quite frequently, but at this point there are more questions than answers. Is Hamas running low on munitions? And can they improve the accuracy of their weapons? Can Israel continue to intercept them? Were there any missiles fired from Lebanon or Syria? Or how will the Arab nations respond? With the way things are going, the state of affairs will regress. That much is unavoidable. The question now is, according to...
Yeah, this is fucking ridiculous.
What rationale will they regress? From the perspective of Hamas, it is the last organized territorial resistance to Israel. The space they control, the Gaza Strip, sits between Israel and the Mediterranean Sea. It is a place that is densely populated and exceedingly impoverished. Shortage of basic necessities is common, including water, electricity, and medicine. Gaza relies almost entirely on Israel for its supplies. Moreover, there is a sizable Israeli buffer zone within Gaza, which renders much of the land inaccessible. Suffice to say, in all aspects of social life, the Palestinians in Gaza have zero prospects. Resentment and hostility is often considered a medium of escape. Now, what's important to note is that while the militant Hamas governs over the Gaza Strip, the moderate Fatah rules over the West Bank, where East Jerusalem is located. The two groups are rivals. They even fought a conflict that cost the lives of hundreds. Fatah lost the political majority in the 2006 election and then physically lost Gaza to Hamas the year after. However,
bro, what is your explanation for Israel taking this much time to ethnically cleanse Palestine? Because they're not just ethnically trying to cleanse Palestine, they're trying to ethnically cleanse Palestine in a way that is like understandable and won't draw like complete ire from international authorities. Okay? Why do one big fucking bombing campaign when you can slowly but surely cripple their resources, completely command their economy, stop them from fucking existing, bomb all of their infrastructure, and then claim that it's fucking Hamas targets like their schools, banks, hospitals, and media outlets? That's the reason. And also, I have to once again repeat this, but that is the same exact argument that Nazis used against Jews. How can you claim that this is ethnic cleansing? I mean, come on, there's Jews that still exist. That's fucking ridiculous that this is the same argument now applied by the IDF and by ultra-Zionists that think that this is like a reasonable fucking own. Okay? You get that, right? You understand it, right? It's, you know.
Fatah retained control over the West Bank, and the two have been at odds since. But as recently as January 2021, Hamas and Fatah had agreed to hold elections at an unspecified date. So when Hamas fired rockets on Israel, it was a political ploy to rank themselves as the legitimate body of the Palestinians, with the
Read sectarian conflict and mandatory Palestine. One of your arguments is basically Jews started, so retaliation is justified. So first of all, I'm not saying the Jews started it, you fucking idiot. I'm saying Israel started it, okay? So let's separate the two really quick. There are plenty of Jewish people all around the world and even in Israel that are against this horrific reality of the occupation. Secondly, how far back do you want to go? Motherfucker, half the time this argument literally goes back to the Romans. Like, you're fucking insane, dude. Half the time whenever we have this conversation, we go back to like who started it. And then when we move beyond the point of like mass Jewish migration into the region from international communities led by led by England, the British Kingdom, when we move beyond that point, you literally go back 2,000 years, dude. That's a ridiculous fucking claim. But even if we were to legitimize that claim, you can't do it by murdering and displacing Palestinians. That is not a reasonable thing to do.
The aim being to gain control over the West Bank via the upcoming elections. For its part, the government of Israel also has elections in mind. Prime Minister Netanyahu is in a political...
Yeah, the video is wrong. They postponed the elections because Israel wouldn't guarantee the right for East Jerusalem Arabs to vote. That was one reason. Hamas said they are ready to bomb Tel Aviv for 6 straight months. Okay, bro. Thank you, tryhard Q8. I'm sure they have that capability.
Pickle. He has been unable to form a coalition government, and the deadline will expire within a month. If he is unable to form...
Your stream is blacklisted in Jordan. I gotta use a VPN to see it. Wait, why the fuck? Is that for real? Someone send me a fucking clip of it, or like a photo of this. Yeah, a couple people kept saying that. No, I'm from Jordan. It's not. Someone said earlier the same in UAE.
A coalition.
The fact that you think this is because of Jewish people is bad. Motherfucker, I literally just... Bro, dude, people are so dumb. Why are you putting words in my mouth? Is it because the actual words that I am speaking are not as easy to dismantle and attack? So you must find a different way to attack the argument? Like, it hasn't been 2 minutes since I said this, that it's not Jewish people, it's Israel.
Israel will see its 5th general election since 2019. This time, however, after 12 years of power, it could cost Netanyahu his office. So the senior partner of the Israeli government has an interest in galvanizing the public through political rhetoric and kinetic exchange. Beyond elections, and in spite of the high-running emotions, Hamas and Israel have different but rational objectives. Hamas wants to replace Fatah and negotiate directly with Israel. To do so, Hamas needs to make a lot of noise. It doesn't have a conventional military to engage Israeli troops, but it does have facilities to store short-range rockets capable of striking around.
Bro, that shit is so... Okay, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, dude. Hamas wants to be the singular source of Palestinian power. I mean, there is truth to that, of course. But to do so, they just got to keep bombing Israel is so dumb. Like, that's ridiculous, dude. So what? Like, Hamas's expectation is that Israel is just going to be like, all right, we're going to deal with the people that we are using as a justification to fucking murder as many Palestinians as possible. Sure. Why are they doing that? Oh, because they're dumb, dude.
Of Gaza. Hamas also has some medium-range missiles that are capable of reaching Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, but their stockpile is low in number. Now, the know-how to produce these weapons was provided by Iran. As the Arab nations abandoned the Palestinian cause in recent years, the Iranians have stepped up to fill the void. Iran also controls large sums of missiles and rockets in Syria and Lebanon, both of which form the Iranian arc of influence into the Mediterranean. Israel has been engaging the Iranian proxy groups in Syria for a while, but it has not entered the Lebanese arena.
Okay, first and foremost, Israel literally currently also occupies another territory that does not belong to them, Golan Heights. Their justification for this, which is in Syria, and their justification for this is because Golan Heights is being used to attack Israel. So they've already moved beyond like whatever borders, whatever agreement gave them, and have already entered Syria as well. Who the fuck said this was a good video, by the way? This is madness, dude. I know I said light news, but...
The capabilities of the Lebanese Hezbollah are deemed too costly to engage. This is not to say that Hamas is a proxy of Iran, it certainly is not, but the developments that are taking place across the Israeli landscape are part of the proxy conflict with Iran. The know-how to produce missiles and rockets has changed the playing field in Gaza. Today, Israel's objectives in Gaza are twofold. It needs to prevent a prolonged missile campaign into the Israeli coastal plain, which runs along the Mediterranean coast into the Judean mountains, anchoring by the cities of Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and Haifa. This triangle-like space is the epicenter of Israel's political, economic, and cultural life. Hostile raids cannot be tolerated here. It strikes at the heart of Israel. The high-tech air defense systems that Israel employs were specifically designed to defend this space.
Bro, this video sucks ass, dude.
But the tools of war cannot sustain against a prolonged missile campaign. So in addition to having top-notch weapons, some sort of strategic policy is necessary. The Israeli answer to this is disproportionate military actions, which is ultimately meant as a deterrent to fend off attacks in its heartland. However, the threat to Israel's heartland comes not only from the air, but also from guerrilla attacks on...
Okay, Dude, this is like, I mean, this is just like a more, I guess, like, he's not using like spicy language to just be like Palestinians are fucking dogs that deserve to die, but still using like conventional Israeli propaganda, hook, line, and sinker to like create a nation state that has like a justifiable reason for doing the ethnic cleansing that it's doing and the displacements that it's engaging in, by saying like, oh, well, they're just surrounded by fucking villains all around the world. Like, they're just surrounded by enemies all over, and that's precisely why they have to be the way that they are. So how the fuck is this like this is completely, and I mean completely fucking avoiding the realities of asymmetrical warfare, or rather a massacre. Like, making it seem straight up like Hamas actually has any sort of fucking firepower to legitimately threaten Israel. Like, completely overlooking the realities of the occupation that are causes that Palestinians are causes for Palestinians to fucking act out in the way that they do, or even the way that like Hamas reacts and behaves. Even though Palestinians are basically fucking trapped between Fatah, which they think is feckless and too supportive of the Israeli government at times even, or corrupt ultimately, and they're true to say so, or Hamas, which is an Islamist fundamentalist a group of individuals which Israel uses their existence to justify their ethnic cleansing campaign. It's pathetic. This video it's terrible. We'll watch that after.
On the ground. This then explains why...
It is a geopolitical analysis. Smile, my man. Yes, the geopolitical analysis is fucking dog shit if it doesn't feature the actual factors, and completely fucking avoids talking about the superior firepower that one side has over the other. That's so idiotic. Oh, nah, dude. Oh, nah, dude, it's not political. Like, this is... You're just as stupid as the fucking morons who think that, like, Call of Duty is not political. And you don't recognize the propagandist elements in this video.
Why Israel repeatedly attacks Hamas's positions as a means to disrupt its military capabilities. Hamas, meanwhile, must find ways to survive. It needs to lift the Israeli and Egyptian blockade, meaning some sort of accommodation with Israel is necessary. And the only way to get the Israelis to the negotiating table is by posing a significant danger and imposing an agreement of sorts. Hence the missiles in Gaza. Now, that said, while the missiles certainly give Hamas leverage, it also creates a conundrum for Gaza. The Israelis do not want to talk to Hamas, compromise with Hamas by...
Wait.
Now, table to the negotiating table is by posing a significant danger and imposing an agreement of sorts. Hence, the missile...
Motherfucker, he literally talked about the disproportionate power Israel has. Stop being a dumbass. He talked about the disproportionate power Israel has, and then literally said that, like, Israel is threatened by actions of the Lebanese or actions of the Jordanian military capabilities. And then he fucking tried to compare it like Hamas as, like, a way to strike fear at the heart of Israel, when, I'm sorry, all of that shit is... it's bullshit. Like... If you consider Hamas's firepower to be a reason for Israelis to be genuinely fearful, okay, then one way to avoid that is by at least meeting the reasonable demands that Hamas will make from time to time, specifically when talking about, for example, the previous demands that Hamas had made, especially in the framework of a long-standing ceasefire agreement that both sides were agreeing to, / that ceasefire agreement was still dog shit for the Palestinians overall, because that ceasefire agreement still worked alongside the ongoing occupation in the West Bank, and also subjecting Palestinians into, again, endless amounts of fucking cruelty throughout that ceasefire agreement, okay?
In Gaza. Now, that said, while the missiles certainly give Hamas...
Caspian literally said the defense system cannot sustain a prolonged attack. That's the fucking point. It can. That seems apologist or just uninformed.
Leverage. Yeah. It also creates a conundrum for Gaza. The Israelis do not want to talk to Hamas. Compromise with Hamas by granting Gaza an autonomous status would encourage it to acquire and produce even more missiles, thus bringing the Israeli heartland under fundamental risk. In fact, the Israelis would rather prefer to outright occupy Gaza and disperse its citizens, which is now being considered by the Israeli leadership. It is up to the Israelis to decide whether the physical occupation of Gaza is worth the bad press. However, even with...
Bro, look at that, dude. Oh, God, there is... Jesus Christ, dude. Disperse its citizens. Where are they dispersing them? These are human beings, dog.
With Israel's military might, moving into Gaza is a military challenge. Gaza is small, but it's a densely packed urban environment. Hostile forces familiar with the area can move about swiftly.
Hostile forces familiar with the area can move about swiftly. This motherfucker is literally talking about boots on the ground occupation of Gaza. Like, there is nothing more legitimizing for the existence of Hamas than endless bombing campaigns and also like boots on the ground military warfare. Like, if you want to just straight up make Hamas like the permanent authority, which I believe like some Israelis, the far right Israelis would absolutely love to do so they can literally continue their fucking bloodshed. It's an academic take. Please understand. Yeah, dude, real fucking academic. I can just say it's an academic take if I'm approaching it when there is injustice occurring and you approach it on a both sides standpoint. You are not just, you can't shield yourself by saying I'm just simply being academic, because there is still a purpose behind your words, and that purpose is technically siding with the side that is doing the lion's share of the cruelty. Okay? Academic.
Hiding, engaging, withdrawing, and deploying would be relatively easy for Hamas. Plus, it is believed that Hamas possesses sophisticated anti-tank weapons, putting Israeli armor and infantry at risk. All the while, Hamas may launch...
So, again, it's like, why wouldn't they have fucking... If Hamas is the only resistance that Palestinian people feel like they're trapped with, because that's the only resistance that exists to an occupying regime, and the occupying regime keeps killing you, then Hamas is basically operating as the military of the Palestinians. In which case, if you fucking invade the territory with tanks and shit, yeah, no shit, they're gonna fucking use anti-tank weapons. Why the fuck would I allow someone with guns to come into my home and fucking murder my family? Obviously, if I have resources to do so, I'm going to push back and I'm going to fight back. This is so fucking stupid.
A prolonged missile campaign at Israeli cities. Israel would...
Like, this argument only holds, he's not making an argument, but like, people that look at this and go, yeah, actually, both sides, yeah, you're right. It only works if you literally hold on to the belief that, like, Palestinians do not have a right to defend themselves. They do not have a right to self-defense, which is conveniently the American policy, or the American foreign policy position, okay? Which is that, of course, states have a right to defend themselves with weapons. That's literally that's a function of the state, okay? But Palestine is conveniently not a state. It is occupied territory, which Israel has sovereignty over, which, by the way, technically would be illegal okay? Because the entire world, specifically the United States, is doing this thing where they conveniently operate on both sides of an argument where they say like, well, Palestine has their own territories, two-state solution, while simultaneously saying, well, it's not really a state, so they can't fucking defend themselves.
Still win the fight, but the cost would be high. Urban warfare would result in casualties that the Israelis cannot afford, which may then spell the political end of the ruling government. The Israeli leadership is now threatening to destroy the hierarchy of Hamas and the reality of Gaza. To do so would require occupation. Both sides have already crossed each other's red lines, and as the conflict evolves, there are two things to watch for: Hamas's missiles targeting the Israeli heartland and the Israeli army mobilizing into Gaza. Even if the political leadership of Hamas and Israel had a change of heart, public frustration on both sides makes it difficult for the political leaders to appease their angry constituents and de-escalate the situation.
I mean, dude, one side literally is fucking fighting for their lives. That's crazy. I'm sorry, dude. Making it seem like it's like a simple political calculation by leadership or the people there literally robs Palestinians of their humanity, okay? It's a political calculation on Israel's side, and the reason for why it's a political calculation on Israel's side is because they hold all the cards. They hold all the fucking power, dog. But one side is literally fighting for their lives. It's crazy to me. Holy fucking shit.
There are so many triggers to unrest that more violence is inevitable. By and large, though, violence spawns violence, but it also creates opportunities to do things differently, regardless of whether that means...
Yeah, if this guy can keep that same energy, why doesn't he fucking both sides slavery and the Holocaust? I want to see the academic take on the fucking Holocaust if he's got that same energy. I wonder if he could keep that up. No, of course not, because that would be unconscionable. That would be insane. Maybe he'll do academic take on Holocaust, right? Would you say that? Would you say that it's just simply academic take? No, you wouldn't.
Some peaceful resolution or decisive military action, one can never let a good crisis go to waste. I've been your host Shirvan from Caspian Report. If you approve of our work, please leave a like.
Hey, I'm from Iran. I know what is happening. Israel, not problem. You sit down in US and talking about us and give Palestine, open your eyes. You, my motherfuck country, give money to Hamas. America, please bomb us. MEK, very good. I am Iranian. I live in Iran. I hate Iran. America, please glass my country. Okay, I was waiting for the fucking MEK bots to show up, dude. Nice. Nice. Bro, please, glass, bro. Listen, we are very homophobic. We deserve to die, bro. Please, bro. Academic, bro. Please, bro. We be academic, bro. Both sides, bro. Hey. Fuck Iran, bro. Fuck Palestine, bro.
This people, the Palestinian people, prefer to die standing than to lose its case. We achieved proving that the king is wrong. We achieved proving that this nation is going to continue fighting till victory. We achieved that our people could never be defeated. We achieved teaching every single person in this world that we are a small, brave nation who are going to fight to the last drop of blood to put justice for ourselves after the world failed in giving it to us. This is what we achieved.
It does seem that the civil war, has been quite fruitless.
It's not a civil war. It's a people defending themselves against a fascist government, which you are defending because just King Hussein has an Arab passport. It's not a civil war.
Well, a conflict.
It's not a conflict. It's a liberation movement fighting for justice.
Well, whatever it might be best called.
It's not whatever, because this is where the problem starts. because this is what makes you answer all your questions, ask you all your questions. This is exactly where the problem starts. This is a people who is discriminated, is fighting for his rights. This is the story. If you will say it's a civil war, then your questions will be justified. If you will say it's a conflict, then of course it's a surprise to know what's happening.
No, I don't like that. Can we just call it something different that makes my position more valid, please? That's not good. If you continue to call this a struggle for liberation for your peoples, then it's going to make me look bad. So I think we're just going to go with the other thing.
Why won't your organization engage in peace talks with the Israelis?
You don't mean exactly peace talks, you mean capitulation, surrendering.
Why not just talk?
Talk to whom?
Talk to the Israeli leaders.
That's kind of conversation between the sword and the neck, you mean?
I mean, this dude literally got assassinated. Palestinian novelist and freedom fighter Hasan Kanafani, who was later murdered by Israel, brilliantly and movingly explains the Palestinian liberation struggle's objectives to a deliberately obtuse Western journalist. Yeah, he had a big Marx, Lenin, Ho Chi Minh, and Che. This is what the Palestinian liberation movement consisted of in the 60s and 70s before Israel murdered all their leaders and promoted Islamist movements like Hamas because they were better boogeymen. Not only did they also promote and spawn Hamas, they actively funded Hamas. Israeli generals literally came out and admitted to such for the record. So if you don't know that, but their specific purpose was to, again, provide a counterweight to leftist, revolutionary, Marxist liberation groups. This is basically exactly what the CIA has done time and time again, and it continues to do so. You can say squirrel on Twitter, credible news source, but like this is just a summarization of literally every single fucking thing I have talked about time and time again in like the nearly 8 hours of coverage I afford to this issue for the past fucking week. Like it's a coping mechanism. It's a funny little coping mechanism to like just say like, oh yeah, it's fucking bullshit, whatever. But I mean, you can go read the Wall Street Journal article. You can hear the testimonials from Israeli generals. There's an Intercept article that does a pretty good job of fucking summarizing that as well. Again, the reason why Israel promoted these Islamist groups is because they knew it was easier to demonize them in the West, given the long-standing systemic Islamophobic racism there. The name Hamas conjures up images of pure evil. Nevertheless, Norman is right. Norman Finkelstein here explains why Palestinians have both a moral and legal right to defend themselves against the occupation and apartheid imposed on them by Israel. Remember this when you hear pro-Israel creeps and leftists whining about rockets.
Has the right to fire those rockets, in my opinion. I understand what Amnesty International says. They're unguided rockets, therefore they are indiscriminate, and therefore they're illegal. I don't want to get into the technicalities there. If you want me to get into the technicalities, I can. In my opinion, they have the right to fire those rockets.
Well, just quickly, I know in your book you make the point. You know, the ability of the rocket to be precisely targeted is a relative concept. So if you're comparing it to these highly sophisticated weapons that the Americans and the Israelis have, yeah, you can't target them that way. But that, as you make the point in the book, that means only rich countries are going to be...
I remember that chatter that tried to do the Twitter thing while you were looking at the author of an article's Twitter where they put more information.
Fire rockets. Exactly.
Oh, yeah, I fucking forgot again. It's top of the hour. It's time for a 6-second ad break. Okay, if you want to fucking avoid those, you already know. You can subscribe for free with the Twitch Prime. Okay, here you go.
Exactly. But there's a second point. What you said, exactly. In effect, it means poor people have no right to resist foreign invasions and foreign assaults. When Palestinians who are under a merciless, inhuman, immoral, and illegal siege for 7 years, when 95% of the drinking water is not fit for human consumption, when nobody in the world cares, when they keep signing agreements at the end of each of these rounds, which says the blockade is going to be lifted, including the agreement that was signed after Protective Edge, the blockade would be lifted. The blockade is never lifted. The illegal, immoral, and inhuman siege continues. When parents have to poison their children each day by giving them water which they know is not fit for human consumption, then you're telling me that Palestinians can't fire symbolic symbols of resistance, notional symbols of resistance, namely these enhanced fireworks, which are actually more a message to the world than they are inflicting damage on Israelis. It's SOS, help us. No, they have that right. For me, it's a little bit unclear how you can claim that movements for self-determination have the right to use armed force to end their, to win their right of self-determination.
Basically, fireworks, in air quotes, they literally are modified fireworks. You understand that? You can technically make the argument that like all rockets are technically basically fireworks, except it's laughable because Israel themselves routinely say, well, Hamas's own rockets are falling on their own people, showcasing how fucking man-made and bathtub-made these goddamn fucking rockets are. Unless you think they're fucking idiots that are like literally pointing it at themselves, which you probably do because you don't think they're fucking human beings.
Determination, that's international law. But then tell me every time they use a weapon, the weapon is illegal, they're not allowed to use it. That doesn't make much sense to me.
We're trying to spread the truth to the people. The truth is always revolutionary, which is what Lenin wrote. Excellent video on Ghassan Kanafi's life and works. Anyway. What is this? Protective Edge? Gaza crisis toll of operations in Gaza. Okay, yeah. I know. We always do. Kind of sounds like you don't want Israel to have the Iron Dome. It's a fucking idiotic notion. And I have said the exact opposite time and time again. But no, go ahead. Assume things that are literally the opposite of what I say. Just, you know, why do you listen? If you're going to make shit up about what my point of view is, why do you even fucking listen? Like, you don't have to watch. You could just like make shit up on your own, you know? Why would I advocate against a literal defensive measure? Like, why would I advocate against something that prevents more lives from being lost? When my advocacy around the Israel-Palestine situation revolves around de-escalation and avoiding loss of life. Does the U.S. get involved with these issues such as this? No, they have already. They've been involved for a very long time. And they're fully in support of what Israel does. Anyway. Okay. I'm done. We're gonna move on to some lighter stuff now, okay? I have to cook too. I'm fucking dying right now. I don't know why. I said I was gonna do light news today, and fucking that was a lie, okay? I lied to you. And I'm sorry. So, yeah, we got 90 Day coming up too. We can watch 90 Day as well. This is probably a good one. Thank you, Griffin. But in a little bit. Before I do that, I'm gonna do fucking I mean, I guess we could start off with 90 Day, but this is such a hard fucking change. Dude, I have massive headache. I'm so tired. Legend of Korra critique is not light. It is light. And you deserve to fucking see it if you're like a Legend of Korra simp.
By the Daily Peanut. Hey, what up, Wisecrack? Chris here, and today we're talking about the Legend of Korra. Now,
I can't stop. This dude uses his hands so aggro all the time, dude.
There's some pretty mixed opinions on this show. It tried hard.
No, it's not the vaccine that got me, chat. It's fucking drinking. It's alcohol. The vaccine thing already, it's gone. The vaccine is fucking completely fine now. I already like I'm no longer feeling the negative consequences.
Hard to live up to the beloved Avatar series and was often successful. It had excellent characters, inventive action sequences, and a truly moving finale. But most would probably agree that it never quite matched its predecessor, and the reason lies in its struggle to do what avatars must do: find balance. We'll explain how in this Wisecrack edition on The Legend of Korra, what went wrong. Spoilers ahead for Avatar: The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra.
Avatar, you gotta deal with it!
And before we continue, I want to give a quick shout out to this video's sponsor, The Daily Peanut. The Daily Peanut is a fast and fun way to learn about what is going on around the world by delivering you the hottest news in equal parts humor and substance. Let's face it, so many of us turn to Twitter to read the headlines, but don't really take the time to learn more about what's going on. And on top of that, half of the headlines feel like something that was written to gain attention, but isn't exactly news. With the Daily Peanut, you'll have everything delivered to your inbox each morning, so you can stay informed about news that matters. Join over 250,000 readers and get educated and entertained. Sign up for free using the link in the description. Now, back to the show. Rather than starting in the original Avatar's era, Korra shoots us 70 years into an almost unrecognizable future. We pick up in Republic City, a thriving multicultural metropolis founded by Aang. Most who practice the ancient art of bending have now fully integrated their talents into this industrialized world. A talented few compete in the glitzy world of pro-bending, while others just use their skills for crime. It's a much more complicated world than the one Aang knew. And as Korra quickly finds, the Avatar can no longer just come crashing in to save the day. On its face, this seems pretty interesting. It complicates the world of the original show, making space to also complicate its central theme. And what was that theme? Balance. As you may remember, when the Fire Lord's aggression knocked things out of whack, Aang's mission was to tilt the scales back towards equanimity between the kingdoms. But unlike that relatively dualistic conflict, Korra's world is full of competing interests, fraught relationships, festering grievances, and faulty political mechanisms, all of which she will need to take into account to perform her role as Avatar.
Your job isn't to fix the daily problems of every person in Republic City. Your responsibility is to bring balance to the entire world. And that means no matter what you do, some people are not going to be happy about it.
Each season gives us the struggle of finding balance in a complex world, whether it's dealing with spirit worlds or warring nations. But one of the main problems with the series is that it then struggles to fully reckon with the conflict that it's created, which is best visualized through the show's most compelling villains. See, each antagonist on the show reinforces the moral ambiguity of Korra's world. This starts with its first big villain, Amon.
The Avatar has failed humanity. That is why the spirits have chosen me to usher in a new era of balance.
Heading up a group called the Equalists, Amon is a radical outsider who preaches against the unequal division of power in Republic City. He resents the fact that benders are elevated above the rest by sheer birthright, relegating everyone else to second-class citizenship. In a sense, he's chafing against society's imbalanced hierarchy. Unsurprisingly, his message resonates with the city's downtrodden, even as he starts taking increasingly extreme actions, like attacking a sporting event and forcibly removing a starbender's powers. Amon doesn't only challenge Korra physically in battle, his very philosophy threatens her identity. Having inherited both her title and her power, she represents the hierarchy he seeks to overthrow. While Avatar's ancient, operatic setting was comfortable celebrating predestined leaders and heroes, Korra and Amon's battle questions how power should be distributed in a more modern world. The conflict asks, how does a society achieve balance between benders and non-benders? Until it doesn't. Amon is eventually revealed to be a waterbender in disguise, driven by a personal grudge against his abusive, blood-bending father. And that message he preached? It was more about stirring up a ruckus than agitating for equality. Because Amon turns out to be a fraud, his original message evaporates, and Korra is never forced to really confront her place in the hierarchy. With Season 2, we move on to a new villain, Unalaq, who strikes even closer to home. See, Unalaq is both Korra's uncle and the chief of the Northern Water Tribe, while her father, Tonraq, leads the Southern. The two brothers—
They're really gonna fucking leave this with like, without addressing the neoliberal propaganda and how fucking terrible and a bastardized interpretation of communism is. It's literally a reduction to like, Marxist movements, or communism is literally just purely motivated by personal vendettas and like selfish and about greed, and also led by like led actively by leaders who they themselves are hypocritical of the original stances and the values that they espouse. That's literally what this is. Like, straight the fuck up. The first season is like very clearly about totalitarian or authoritarian leftists, and this is of course before we even talk about, not Unalaq, I'm talking about the first one, Amon. This is before we even mention that, like, you know, the pure egalitarianism has never been a value that like anyone has ever fucking advocated for in any like Marxist movement. No one is talking about like literally making everyone poor. That argument is so reductive that you could reduce it to communism is just about equality because they want to make everyone equally poor while those at the top make the most money. Anyway, that was really bad. So let's keep going.
Others are divided on matters of spirituality. Tonraq is happy to turn their religious traditions into commercial events so that their people can prosper, while Unalaq sees this as a sacrilegious betrayal of their heritage. The question is, can there be a happy balance between their conflicting views? This puts Korra in the middle of a struggle that goes far beyond a family feud. As the Avatar, she represents an ancient spiritual tradition and must figure out what role it plays in the modern world. The war between Unalaq and Tonraq is really about the place we allow the past to occupy in our present. That is to say, how do we balance the values of the past with the realities of the present?
During the 100-Year War, the South was thrown out of balance and the lights disappeared. When the war ended, the North helped to rebuild you physically as a nation. But we have not rebuilt you spiritually.
Until again, it's not. Unalaq, it's eventually revealed, is a capital B bad dude who wants to unleash the spirit world so he can become a dark avatar. All that stuff about modern commercialism, spoiling tradition, again, it basically recedes into the background. This time around, Korra does actually find herself wondering about the bad guy's motivations after the dust has settled. And she even finishes the season by reopening the connection to the spirit world, just as Unalaq had originally intended.
What if Unalaq was right when he said the Avatar shouldn't be a bridge between the two worlds? What if Avatar 1 made a mistake when he closed the portals? What if humans and spirits weren't meant to live apart?
While this seems like it should be a meaningful conclusion to their conflict, it doesn't really track because Unalaq never made much of a case for why reuniting the worlds would be a good thing, or even what it would really mean, and was ultimately way more focused on becoming a super powerful dark avatar. So it really just seems more like Korra is letting a gut feeling decide the fate of their world.
What do you think I should do?
I think you should trust your instincts. There is nothing else I can teach you. You are the Avatar.
Let's skip ahead to Season 4 for reasons that will very soon become clear. Here, Korra faces off against the great uniter herself, Kuvira. A decorated military commander and world-class metalbender, Kuvira is enraged at the Earth Kingdom's fall from power. Eager to revive the kingdom's glory days, she begins forcibly reuniting all its former territories. Like many real-world populists, Kuvira weaponizes a vision of her nation's glorious past, gaining the support of everyone who is angry at their homeland's downfall. and eager for someone else to blame. She presents herself as an ally of the common man, fighting back against powerful elites like Korra and Prince Wu, even as her own actions become increasingly oppressive.
I learned that the idea of a royal family passing a title from one generation to the next was archaic.
Literally fucking fascist shit.
And that technology and innovation should be what drives a nation forward.
It's a neat parable about how nationalist sentiments are stoked under the guise of reclaiming what is rightfully yours. And once again, it sees Korra forced to interrogate her own role in everything as Kuvira leads a crusade against the inherited power she, as an avatar, represents. Kuvira poses important questions.
Legend
How
of
should
the
Korra
idea.
reconcile, that is, balance, the competing political interests in her world when things get messy? Or does she have a duty to remain impartial and let the Earth Kingdom resolve its own leadership dispute? But, as with our previous two villains, this conflict quickly recedes to the background. Kuvira becomes consumed by power, unleashing a superweapon that threatens to destroy the whole of Republic City. Her populist message about avenging past wrongs and empowering the oppressed is quickly trampled underneath a giant mechanical foot. Once again, Korra isn't fully forced to balance the implications of her inherited powers and elevated status, nor does she ultimately need to find balance in the conflicting worldviews around her. She just lays the smackdown on another supervillain and takes a bow. All three of these big bads are set up to make for compelling villains with motivations that are understandable and even sympathetic. And better yet, they offer a perfect route for the show to continue one of the primary thematic through lines of Avatar, the concept of balance. Each conflict in Avatar was really about this quest for harmony. Each character was trying to reckon with the parts of themselves that were at war, like Zuko's shame and pride, Katara's desire for revenge, and Aang's fear of disappointing his friends. The show's idea of balance loosely blends Eastern philosophical traditions and modern-day psychotherapy. When we see Aang working to unblock his chakras with Guru Patik, we're basically watching him on the couch undergoing therapy, delving into his most painful memories and greatest fears so that he can overcome them.
The air nomad's love for you has not left this world. It is still inside of your heart and is reborn in the form of new love.
Balance is the through line of Avatar. But in the sequel series, the attempt to perpetuate this theme starts to flounder as each antagonist eventually becomes straight up evil. Their passions, yes, become unbalanced, but not in any interesting way. Rather, they seemingly abandon the concerns which impelled them to power in the first place. This reduces Korra's task to beating them down rather than confronting the issues they embody. And when these issues, equality, heritage, commercialism, and democracy, are so interesting to begin with, the choice feels kind of like a cop-out. When Korra asks how her antagonists strayed so far from their righteous intentions, she's given a simple answer by her surly, swamp-dwelling mentor, Toph.
What did Amon want? Equality for all. Unalaq? He brought back the spirits. And Zahir believed in freedom.
I guess.
The problem was those guys were totally out of balance, and they took their ideologies too far.
And while it makes for a neat line, this explanation isn't really satisfying. Amon and Unalaq didn't so much take their ideology too far as they did abandon it altogether. Ultimately, they pursue selfish goals involving revenge and evil spirit powers. Meanwhile, Kuvira simply becomes the very sort of tyrant that she was supposed to be fighting. It devolves from a complicated question of balance to a simplistic story of good versus evil. This leaves the actual issues they brought up and Korra's role in them totally unresolved at the end of each season. Important questions go unanswered, like, what does it mean to live in a world where power is doled out so arbitrarily and unequally? And how much right does she have to use her power to intervene in conflicts that have nothing to do with her? Generally, The Legend of Korra uses its multifaceted modern world to set up all these moral dilemmas and then sort of mumbles its way through the end.
Actually, this analysis is really fucking good. Never mind. This part is really good and true. Like, it was certainly something that I got fucking annoyed by as well. Like, it is pure neoliberalism, dude. Like, pure, like, American Democratic Party style neoliberalism, which is just like, oh, you know, they just couldn't find the center. Now, having said that, of course, Zahir has a more well-defined ideology that he kind of pursues, so I think that's why he left Zahir to the end, which is part of the reason why everyone's favorite villain is Zahir. But even then, it's a completely bastardized form of anarchy. And I'm sure they'll do a good job of describing it and how it betrays the values of the theory.
Answers is skewing genuine critique and leading into Korra's presumed perfect heroism. And while it's certainly fun to watch, it also falls a little flat. Even when Korra empathizes with Kuvira.
I may not have been an orphan, but believe me, I understand what it feels like to be afraid.
Or reconsiders Unalaq's argument, it doesn't actually change the way she ultimately vanquishes them. That is to say, the knowledge she gains never helps her defeat the bad guys. That's not to say that the show is disappointing in its treatment of antagonists across the board. It does manage to follow through on one occasion, creating its most compelling villain in season 3 with Zahir. He provides Korra with a dark reflection, interrogating her identity as the Avatar and the very concept of balance that it's founded upon. He does so not by disagreeing with her, but by taking this idea to its nihilistic extreme.
I want what you want, to restore balance to this world.
I don't think our ideas of balance are the same.
Like his fellow bad guys, Zahir has an axe to grind with the current world order. He sought to overthrow the rulers of the world so that everyone could be free. We catch up with Zahir years after his failed attempt to kidnap the Avatar. After years spent meditating in prison, he emerges with some newfound airbending abilities and a Zen-like philosophy. Zahir's character isn't merely political. He's also motivated by a personal belief that true freedom lies in detachment from the material world. He aims to achieve this enlightenment and wants everyone else to as well, specifically by freeing themselves from all social bonds. This ethos, especially delivered in Zahir's monk-like monotone, rings eerily close to the teachings Aang himself received. As both an airbender and the Avatar, Aang was less tethered to the material world than those around him. This perspective kept him neutral, making it easier for him to keep the peace. But in the moment where Zahir achieves his own form of spiritual detachment, we see clearly how different his philosophy is from the Avatar's. After watching the woman he loves get brutally murdered, Zahir loses his last emotional tie to the world around him. Please! Now, completely untethered, he unlocks a talent previously consigned to airbending legends and floats freely into the air. Here, we learn that the true source of Zahir's power is how little he cares. To him, balance means a total lack of concern for everyone else.
Empty and become wind.
No! Stop!
Rather than allowing him to act as a force for impartial justice, Zahir's complete detachment renders him an instrument of chaos. He wants to tear down governments, not to build more compassionate structures in their place, but to create a state of total disorder. His idea of balance is based upon a total detachment from all forms of connection, envisioning a world in which everyone is free to do whatever they like, while calling this balance. This is the complete opposite of the Avatar. While avatars might pride themselves on extending sympathy to all and learning to see both sides of an argument, they will ultimately still feel morally compelled to pick a side. When the Fire Nation began its rampage, Aang could have just remained impartial, claiming neutrality in the name of unity. But he didn't, because one side was clearly wrong and the other needed his protection. For all his training, Aang remained grounded by his compassion for and connection with other human beings. And by following his example, Korra is eventually able to defeat Zahir. Even in his transcendent state, the villain is no match for the combined might of Korra and all her loved ones. Here, being connected to others is a strength. In their final throwdown, Korra and co directly challenge the idea that rising above earthly conflict is necessarily the most high-minded or fair way to go. Zahir's rhetoric is often compelling, but without a humanistic foundation, it's just an excuse to abandon the duty we have to each other. It's a highly intellectualized selfishness dressed up as freedom. Especially in an era as complicated as Korra's, keeping the world in balance means remaining tethered to it by compassion for others. In a blistering season 3 finale, the show actually fulfills its original promise, embracing the complexity of its more modern setting and forcing Korra to decide what being the Avatar means now. Just as Republic City sits in the shadow of Avatar Aang, the legend of Korra had a massive legacy to live up to thanks to the beloved bald child who came before. And it's ambitious about it too, moving the Avatar's peacemaking mission to a far more fraught and fractured era. That said, it often struggles to fully reckon with all that this entails. Still, in its best moments, Korra is driven by the same philosophy of balance which drove Avatar, a creed which always values compassionate action over useless impartiality. So what do you guys think? Was Korra fit to carry on Aang's legacy, or did all that talk of harmonic convergence have you tearing your hair out? Let us know in the comments. Hit that subscribe button like you're a keyboard bender, and don't forget to ring that bell. And as always, thanks for watching. Peace.
Literally a fucking this is like if liberals were better at like recognizing the political the political framework which like art is based upon, this would be like the new Harry Potter for them. Like this would be liberal theory. And it would take the place of Harry Potter, even though Harry Potter doesn't really have a lot of like liberalism baked into it. It's just libs love Harry Potter. You know what I mean? Kind of sad that you see politics and everything though. What? Are you fucking dumb? This is literally, first of all, okay, I don't even know what to say about that. There's politics in everything. There's politics in every part of our lives, dude. Not only that, but like Avatar is like an overtly political fucking statement. Avatar is an overtly, like the Avatar series, both season 1 and 2 are straight up in your face about being political. It's kind of weird that you don't see that. Dude, stop sending me the new Nunky video. I've already seen it. VFX artists react? No, I don't want to watch that. I mean, the first one is like about Avatar, the real cost of war. Like, wait, is this a based anti-copyright take?
To you by mine. This, or maybe you've heard about the copyright hell Twitch streamers have recently been facing. Copyright claims and legal battles are everywhere.
From record
labels suing YouTubers, to YouTubers suing television executives, to the entire music industry threatening to sue Twitch for doing such a bad job monitoring music copyright claims. Over the past 20 or so years, there have been so many copyright cases that Congress actually created a small claims court for people to duke it out over intellectual property, and even worked it into the second COVID stimulus bill. So it's worth asking a couple questions here. First, how did we get here? And second, is our current set of copyright laws good or bad, and for who? So join us as we try to figure it all out while getting increasingly angry at Disney in this Wisecrack edition on copyright. What went wrong? While the average person will probably never have to battle a huge corporation over a copyright claim, there are plenty of other reasons we should be mindful of our relationships with big businesses. When you shop online or sign up for a service, your financial and personal data can be stored by companies without you having any control over it. This week's sponsor, Mine, can help you reclaim that information, saving it from a potential data breach. The process is quick and simple. Once you sign up using your email,
these motherfuckers are so much. They are so good at doing transitions. Like,
text your creative work from being ripped off and sold by others.
Let me see.
Better than I am.
Hello, lawsuit.
But on the other hand, it can actively stifle people from remixing or reacting to other creative work in a way that's entertaining. And we can understand that conflict best by looking at the man whose company basically created our modern intellectual property landscape, Walt Disney. See, in 1928, Walt created the character Oswald the Lucky Rabbit for Universal Studios. Oswald was a huge hit, but when Disney approached Universal about making more Oswald cartoons, he found out that the studio was already working on new Oswald shorts without him. And because they owned the rights, he couldn't do anything about it. Walt walked away fuming, and without the rights to this adorable bunny. It was then that Disney vowed to only work for himself, and that he would own exclusive copyright to all the characters
super
he and his
villain origin
created.
story.
Now Disney owns the copyright to basically every character any of us have cared about for the past 30 years.
Oh my god.
Way to be, Walt. Anyway, as the story
Oh my god, I didn't know that it literally sparked anger in him. So he just literally fucking created like a brutal regime of, like, it's like a cyber occupation, dude. My man was like, I'm literally doing the cyber intifada. Fuck you. Actual fucking cyber villain. Oh my god. I hope one day people see it as such, by the way. That's crazy.
Goes, in a fit of rage on his train ride home, Disney developed a brand new character that would belong to him and him alone, Mickey Mouse. And despite some inexplicable sartorial choices, Mickey was an unprecedented success. Being in control of his own intellectual property, Disney did what copyright laws should encourage. He made more Mickey Mouse stuff, and that worked out pretty well for him. And examples of copyright gone right are everywhere. In 1990, for instance, screenwriter Art Buchwald sued Paramount Pictures for stealing his idea and turning it into Coming to America. He won the lawsuit and then settled with Paramount for $900,000, which was probably in their budget after the film brought in $288 million. And if someone takes your song and just reposts it on YouTube, you can either get the ad money from it or block it entirely, and that's probably a good thing. So while copyrights have been super useful for many creators, these days it seems like it has a dark side. That is, so much stuff is protected by that C in a circle that a lot of folks think it's stifling creativity and making it impossible for artists to create new work derived from or inspired by existing culture. To get back to Walt, not only is he an example of why protecting your creative work is important, he's also an incredible example of the perils of copywriting things to eternity. See, in 1937, Disney released his first feature-length animated film based on a story entirely concocted by his big beautiful brain, which is definitely not frozen in a vat hidden beneath the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disneyland. Sure, maybe I'm joking. The story of Snow White was totally taken from the Brothers Grimm.
I was just about to say,
got all their stories.
The irony is, like, virtually all of fucking Disney stories are just ripped from, like, La Fontaine and so many other, like, Brothers Grimm and so many other fucking children's stories that were fairy tales and folklore, which of course inherently is like the the OG, no copyright. Actually, it's literally the best thing to not have copyright. This is how the message spreads type stories
By traversing the German countryside, interviewing grandmas about how to scare kids.
He takes his great sharp scissors out and then cuts their thumbs clean off. Dwight.
It's not just Snow White. The Disney company, for all its aggressive copyright enforcement,
A Berkeley school has been ordered to pay up for playing a Disney movie at a children's event.
just loves borrowing other people's stories from the public domain, meaning they're not copyrighted and are free to use. For example, Mulan was based on a Chinese legend, The Little Mermaid on a Hans Christian Andersen story, The Jungle Book on Rudyard Kipling's characters, and the list goes on and on. This isn't necessarily bad, but here's the grift. When Disney pulls from the public domain to make a movie, they then copyright their story and characters, making it nearly impossible for the next storyteller to pull from the same influences. Try writing The Next Little Mermaid and you'll see what we mean, but don't expect us to pay your legal fees. But arguments over intellectual property are way older than Mickey Mouse. In fact, copyright disputes outdate the printing press. In his epigrams, the ancient Roman poet Martial complained about receiving no profit from the booksellers who peddled his popular poems. And in 6th century Ireland, a literal battle that cost 3,000 lives was fought over a dispute about a copied manuscript. But copyright laws didn't develop just to settle disputes in court and without bloodshed.
We sampled them from them, but it's not the same bass line. Like it goes ding ding ding diggy ding ding, ding ding ding diggy ding ding, ding ding ding. That's the way theirs goes. Ours goes ding ding ding diggy ding ding, ding ding ding ding diggy ding ding. That little bitty change.
They were also seen as a way to incentivize people to keep churning out exciting new work, and boy was that a success.
Welcome to the Space Jam.
Okay, but intellectual property orgy with basketballs aside, we do want to encourage the guy who made Beethoven to make that, as well as Beethoven's second, and third, and fourth, and fifth Big Paw, plus Big Break, A Christmas Adventure, and Treasure Trail. And this is exactly what the Founding Fathers had in mind when they baked copyright law into the Constitution. Like a lot of things in this wrinkly old scroll, the clause wasn't super specific, but it clearly indicated that Congress could use copyright restrictions to incentivize writers and scientists to create original works. It reads, Congress shall have power to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. Laws enacted under the Copyright Clause created limited monopolies, that is, monopolies which give authors a good run but don't last forever. Early policies were deeply informed by a utilitarian theory of property ownership. The idea is inventors and authors should be rewarded proportionally to how useful their creation is to consumers, and also that people make more useful stuff when they don't have to worry about people stealing it. Of course, the logic behind this isn't exactly perfect. It's kind of like arguing that if Disney wasn't able to copyright his own work, he would have been too lazy to create anything ever again, and maybe that's true, but as anyone who's gone to a show at Denny's knows, not every artist is in it for the money. Still, English philosopher Jeremy Bentham argued that copyright laws incentivize inventors to make cool stuff by offering them a monopoly on the profits. He wrote that, without the assistance of the laws, the inventor would almost always be driven out of the market by his rival, who, finding himself without any expense in possession of a discovery which has cost the inventor much time and expense, would be able to deprive him of all his deserved
The fucking OG. Oh, what about the R&D cost, brother?
advantages by selling at a lower price. This all seems pretty reasonable. Incentivize talented and smart people to make things by giving them the exclusive ability to profit off their idea. And then once they've milked that little eureka moment for a long time, or die, it goes into the public domain so someone else can riff on it. What I'm saying is, if you ask the framers of the Constitution if Dr. Seuss's kid should be able to make money off of cartoons adapted from his books 30 years after his death, my guess is they'd say, nah. But Seuss's estate does still control and profit off of all sales of his books and all derivative content. And because the Seusses still control what can be done with Seuss IP.
Hold on, brother. I thought Dr. Seuss was a bunch of libtard pussies that hate racism. What the fuck? Are you trying to tell me they're industrious capitalists at the same goddamn time, brother? What the fuck? I'm feeling conflicted right now. Typical commie libtards want to make money but also hate capitalism. Oh wait, they never talked about capitalism and have been capitalist enterprises from the start? I'm getting angrier.
We can't enjoy the Star Trek Dr. Seuss mashup book the masses were begging for. So what the flying happened? Here's the thing. Until the early 1830s, copyright terms only lasted 14 years. And even by the time Disney created Mickey Mouse, copyright only lasted 28 years, with an option to renew for another 28 years. That would have meant Mickey Mouse would have become public domain in 1984. But not so fast. In 1976, Congress gave the Copyright Act a complete overhaul with some guidance from a team of Disney lobbyists. See, Walt was dead. His head was again not frozen and stored beneath the Pirates of the Caribbean ride in Disneyland, and the company's copyright on their iconic character was set to expire soon. They weren't too crazy about losing ownership of their coveted revenue-generating glove enthusiast. The resulting 1976 Act increased the term of copyright protection from 28 years to the life of the author plus 50 years. All in all, the lobbying efforts of Disney and other corporations kept Mickey locked up in Cinderella's castle until 2003. Goofy, Pluto, and Donald also got their Disney prison sentences extended, and it also became way easier to get sued for selling a crocheted pattern of them sitting in Disney jail, which I've never visited, but Universal jail, you know. And if you haven't noticed, Mickey Mouse is still not in the public domain. That's because in 1998, the Copyright Term Extension Act, or CTEA, was passed, again extending works for 70 years after the author's death and also protecting corporate works for 95 years from their original publication, or 120 years.
The irony is, the more Disney makes money off of Mickey Mouse, the more power that they have to continue extending copyright until it's infinite. I'm glad that our Congress is doing such important works, by the way.
From their creation, whichever expires first, which means Flow won't be public property until like 2125. So guess that makes that screenplay I wrote illegal. Anyway, people literally call this law the Mickey Mouse Protection Act because stuff. According to legal scholar Lori Richter, Disney spent $6.3 million lobbying for the extension. They even set up a political action committee, the Disney PAC, and donated to senators who would eventually sponsor the CTEA. This
Oh, that's so weird. Also, $6.3 million in lobbying, and you get like straight up like multiple billions of dollars in revenue in return. What an incredible fucking bargain. The American government is the cheapest whore you can fucking purchase. Not that there's anything wrong with sex work, but there's everything wrong with being a politician and a part of the American government in general. My God.
was coupled with lobbying efforts from other folks, like musician George Gershwin's estate, which was and still is very concerned that Gershwin musicals might be sampled in rap music. Okay, dude. This all resulted in yet another extension for Mickey, as well as a handful of other characters that would have been in the public domain by now. But maybe you're thinking, so what if Disney wants to keep control of its characters? Well, one criticism is that Disney is keeping control of characters adapted from the public domain, and that's really bad for art. Pooh, Snow White, The Little Mermaid, Cinderella, Aladdin, Hercules, Sleeping Beauty, Mulan, they were all taken from works that were in the public domain, which means they were available to the public and were not protected by copyright. Sure, nowadays you could try to make your own version of Mulan, but barring the rare exception, it's remarkably hard to have much success when a multinational corporation has a virtual monopoly on the characters you're creating and the story you're telling. That said, you can certainly try. Mockbusters aside, a bigger issue than Disney raiding the public domain while contributing nothing to it is that the copyright extensions they lobbied for have made hundreds of thousands of lesser-known works completely unavailable and inaccessible. They just sit there, copyrights extended, companies holding on to them to maybe one day turn them into something. Who knows what creative derivative work might have come from them? After all, great works ranging from Goethe's Faust to West Side Story were also derivatives of other stories. Many scholars feel that copyright
literally all art is derivative. All art.
Extension well beyond an author's death is far from utilitarian. Increases in copyright protection can actually harm the public more than they benefit authors, especially when those authors are dead and definitely not frozen beneath a pirate ride, and the new authors are multinational corporations. One argument lobbyists and copyright enthusiasts use is something called the tragedy of the commons argument. Coined by Garrett Hardin in 1968, the tragedy of the commons stipulates that open shared access to a resource would cause overuse and destruction of that resource. So, like open farmland, an idea being open and shareable will only be harmful. But research shows that copyright correlates more with the disappearance of works than with their availability to the masses. In his study, How Copyright Keeps Works Disappeared, scholar Paul Heald analyzed large samples of both Amazon.
This is hilarious because in order to use this argument as a justification, you literally have to forego the reality that these original works that you are now trying to fucking copyright in perpetuity were derivative off of public, like literal public good, like publicly accessible works that came prior. It is fucking insane. Fucking capitalist brain rot.
Books and songs, and found that shortly after works
Public
are
domain.
created and propertized, they tend to disappear from public view only to reappear in significantly increased numbers when they fall into the public domain and lose their owners. Like how Marvel is totally...
Guys, before the enclosure of the commons, there was no, like, I mean, there was just never resources, dude, readily available for all to consume as much as they needed. It just didn't happen. Everyone just kept dying. I don't even know how we survived as a humanity. Using a closed source capitalist operating system, interesting. my God. Yes, dude, I'm sorry that I'm not using Linux. You fucking nerd. Literally shut up.
Sitting on countless forgotten villains and heroes who may never return to print or make it to the big screens. Or how there hasn't been—
God, Linux nerds, like, surprisingly, there's so little of them that, like, every time one rears their ugly head, it's kind of funny and welcoming because it's just you rarely ever hear people being like, why don't you fucking use Linux, dude? Fuck
been a
you.
movie yet about Namor, the king of Atlantis, because of copyright disputes between Marvel.
Okay, see? I'd just like to interject for a moment. What you're referring to as Linux is in fact GNU Linux, or as I've recently taken to calling it, GNU plus Linux. Linux is not an operating system, but onto itself, but rather another free component of a fully functioning GNU system made useful by the GNU core libs, shell utilities, and vital system components comprising of a full OS as defined by POSIX. Linux users are the vegans of the computer world, nowhere near as annoying as vegans, and nowhere near as many as vegans.
And universal. Another legal scholar, Michael Heller, calls this the tragedy of the anti-commons. Heller argues that while privatizing a commons might stop wasteful overuse, it can also cause wasteful underuse. That is to say, when everything is copyrighted and the landscape becomes so fragmented, it becomes very difficult to make something new. The public can't access these things, but
bro, the way this motherfucker
don't collaborate.
We watched an entire video, and I could barely pay attention to it, despite the fact that it's something I'm very passionate about. Because of the way he keeps saying copyright, dude. He's like saying capybara. Every time he says it, it pierces my fucking ears, dude. Copyright.
With each
no copyright, dude.
Other either. It might be helpful to think about the public domain as a warehouse of ideas, which authors can reuse, sample, change, and incorporate into other works. If the warehouse isn't well stocked, people don't have pre-existing cultural materials to work from. Some of Europe's most well-regarded composers wrote incredible pieces by freely cribbing music that no one particularly owned. And take this little tune you might remember from The Lion King. It comes from an old church Gregorian chant that would also make its way into a famous piece by Mozart and then Hector Berlioz.
I don't believe you should be able to copyright like modern recordings of public domain music. I don't know if that's like I don't know if that is like a argument that triggers music heads or whatever, but I literally don't believe. I mean, I don't believe that they should do copyright regardless in like almost in most circumstances. But I think that it is so fucking insane. It is absolutely so insane to me that you can take something that's public domain and then apply copyright to it. You're literally ripping off. You're just playing the sounds that someone else wrote for you. What the fuck?
Another by Franz Liszt. And then another by Gustav Holst. And then the Sweeney Todd musical. And a Jethro Tull track. That is to say, ideas spreading freely is often, but not always, a very good thing. But the real tragedy is that another warehouse of ideas is fully stocked, but no one's allowed in there except the owner, who checks in like once every 20 years. The one saving grace that sometimes lets us breach the anti-commons, at least in art and media, is something called fair use.
Yes.
It permits the use of unlicensed copyrighted work under certain circumstances, like
which is why HasanAbi is also known as HasanAbi, baby, because I'm fucking fair and free with my usage of other people's commentary, videos, all that sort of thing, okay? Or at least I try to make as active of a case as possible to, say that it's fair use, even though I literally sometimes watch videos and I'm not even there. but I'm watching the video on my phone. So it seems as though I'm not modifying the content in any meaningful capacity, but I actually am. Now, another thing that I do well, aside from pausing, is telling you that at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. So if you'd like to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, which I'm going to run right now, you can subscribe, and you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Twitch Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite #1 Segway Andy. Okay? Or you just love ads and you don't give a shit. Here's the ad break now. Wow, that Segway was so bunk that not a single person subscribed. Like, not one person. That's crazy. Okay, motherfuckers are like, yeah, fuck you, dude.
Charity, education.
Fuck you. Give me the goddamn ads, you piece of shit. I hate you.
It's how Wisecrack gets away with showing clips from lots of movies and TV shows without getting sued. So far. The underlying argument for fair use is as utilitarian as Jeremy Bentham's position on copyright. Types of reuse under fair use are allowed because they benefit the public as a whole and they don't hurt the original creator in any measurable way. The downside of fair use is that it's a legal defense. That means that if you want to fight a copyright strike by claiming fair use, you have to go to court unless the owner backs down. There, everything is evaluated under a complicated set of criteria. How much of the copyrighted work is used? What is its effect on the market? How much is it transformed? Going to court may or may not be worth it for either party involved, but in some cases it's probably better than paying unaffordable licensing fees to studios. Having anti-commons doesn't just mean that we never see character crossovers from competing companies anymore. It's way scarier than that. Because intellectual property isn't just art and books and media. It's also things like drug patents. Heller gives the example of a drug company that found a potential treatment for Alzheimer's disease. In order to develop it, they needed access to dozens of other patents. The owners of those patents demanded exorbitant sums of money, and some even blocked the whole deal. The company was never able to get access to the patents. The drug, which might have saved millions of lives, sits on a shelf. It kind of seems like all these patents and intellectual property rights are not benefiting the public. Between terrifying stories like that and artists feeling smothered by giant corporations that own everything, it's not surprising that a host of groups have popped up.
I disagree with you on copywriting all songs. The main source of income for a lot of orchestras that require a lot of funding is by playing those songs and selling the rights of it. They wouldn't exist without that copyright, and on the side, they would produce their own songs that are super enjoyable to listen to, but don't generate nearly the same amount of income. It's a dumb way to make income, but it's all they've got. Okay, let's find a different way to fucking fund the arts then. I don't have a problem with that. I'm fully on board with funding the arts. I do think that it's necessary. Yeah, let's do government art funding. Look, to all the haters and lovers of communism alike, everybody thinks that the fucking one thing that communist nations, or, you know, nations that historically said they were communist or whatever the fuck, they're just so good. They have a great orchestra. Like, always. Why can't we do that? What do we got? We got fucking bands, dude. Dude, this person is the weirdest chatter that I have. Okay, I always look to their chats like they've been following. This is their fucking sock account. Okay, so like obviously they have their original account that they've subscribed to me on, but they love chatting. They love chatting on. I think like they love chatting on their alt account. And they always use emotes of either Mehdi or Ashi. But they're always in here. Like, what are you doing? Stop using Ashi emotes, you fucking weirdo. My other account got banned. Oh, that's hilarious. I wonder what their other account was. It's straight up a ban evasion because I see them all the time in here. They are literally in here nonstop. But they never have subscribed. So I assume that they used to subscribe and then I banned them. Crushly, obviously. Let's see. Their other account is suspended. Oh shit. Crushly too. This is you now, my friend. You have no more. This is the only thing you have now.
Advocating for changes ranging from the elimination of biopatents to the legalization of peer-to-peer file sharing. These include Creative Commons, which advocates for more flexible and open copyright laws so that creators don't have to resort to fair use as a defense. Others argue for the complete abolition of copyright laws and encourage creative piracy until those laws change. Groups like the League of Noble Peers promote the movement against intellectual property, while Pirate Cinema literally screens movies without licensing them. Meanwhile, Mickey Mouse is set to enter the public domain in 2024. The jury's still out on if Disney lobbyists will convince Congress to extend copyright terms again. Hopefully they won't, and we can finally release our limited edition Mickey Jailbreak merch. But what do you guys think? Should we abolish copyright altogether, or change the laws to give a little more flexibility to creators and artists? Let us know in the comments. Big thanks to our incredible patrons. Slam that subscribe button like you're Mickey Mouse trying to break.
I'm here all day, every day. So I missed this 2 yill thing. What the fuck? Joe Biden. Joe Biden. You have 2 yill. Joe Biden. This is Mohammed Kanakin, full face of Kurdistan. Wake up. Wake up. Joe Biden. You're gonna go to the doctor. You're gonna go to the doctor. He's gonna tell you. Apparently that 2 yill guy is very racist. No shit, dude. Oh my god, dude, that's crazy. It's crazy that you told me that some fucking random Middle Eastern dude is like super racist, dude. No way. Next thing you're telling me he doesn't know what a microaggression is. And I'm gonna lose it because that's fucking unacceptable.